Play how it look. Okay, for some reason it's not working. Guess we ain't finna be professional today. Oh well. It ain't working. Uh so we just gonna go on. Mm, that's crazy. Anyway, so we're gonna get back to it. Yah, in the name of Yahushua, we thank you for allowing us to see this day. We thank you for allowing us together on this day for Shabbat. We pray that you would give us clarity and understanding of your word. We pray that you would give us clarity and understanding of your will and what you would have us to understand in this hour and help us to move in the steps that you would have us to move in. We pray that you would help us to be sensitive to your spirit so that we can be obedient to your will. We pray that you would cause us to have the proper perspective on the things that we deal with and the things that we go through and realize that they are for your purpose and for our maturing. In Yahushua's name, we thank you. And we give you all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. In Yahushua's name, everybody said amen.
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 Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
So let's get into it. As you can see, lesson for this week is the entitlement of ease, conditioned by the world's expectations. This is why we have the entitlement of ease. We feel entitled for everything to just go perfectly how we want it to go. We have this expectation that we got from the world
Uh-huh.
in church.
Yep.
What did they tell you? They told you as long as you pay your tithes, as long as you come to church, you're supposed to be blessed. Everything just supposed to work out just just right, like magic, just like the movies. Mm-hmm. That's what they told you, but reality is a little something different.
Uh-huh. Yep. It
I'm gonna
is.
give, I'm gonna just start running you off some names of people who was righteous, who did the right thing, and then things still seem to be challenging. Things still
Oh.
to be different from what you would hear in the world or in church or you know what I'm saying, whatever the case. Like when you think about Abraham, right?
Yep.
Abraham was righteous, was he not?
He was.
Then why would he have to go through a test of leaving everything and everybody he know and then just go out here into the wilderness and look for a city whose builder and maker is Yah?
Yeah.
Why? I'm talking about a city that wasn't built yet. I'm talking about a city that would not be built even in his time, or even in his son Isaac time, or even in his grandson Jacob time. A city that's yet to be built called the kingdom. Like he was looking for that city.
Mm-hmm.
What about him and the promise of his son?
Uh-huh. Yep.
We ain't even got to the sacrifice yet. Let's just deal with how long he had to wait
Oh, yes.
to have the son. Because you tired of waiting. You've been waiting a long time. You tired of waiting. Whatever you waiting for, you tired of it. But you had to wait, or he had to wait all that time, and then turn around and Yahuwah asked him for what he had been waiting for.
Uh-huh.
Why? If you have this expectation that the world, aka church, I lump it all in together because it's all the
Yep.
same.
It's all the same. Yeah.
But you got this expectation of ease. Everything just supposed to, you know what I mean, work out right. If I do what's right, everything supposed to just work out right. And then when it don't, what then? The reason why we need to go through this and understand this is because if you do everything right and things still don't seem to work out right, and you was expecting it to work out right because you did everything right, what's the next thing you're gonna think to do?
Hmm. Um,
If you thought you had the expectation that the world give that if I do what's right, everything's supposed to just work out right. And then when it don't work out right, but you know, hey, I've been trying to do right. Hey, I'm not perfect, but I'm trying. I'm not like, everybody else. Look at them. They not even trying. And things seem to just be going perfect for them. But here I am over here trying to do what's right. And then one thing after another happen.
mm-hmm. Mm.
If you go into your trials with that expectation of everything supposed to work out right just because you did what's right, or you trying to live right, you trying to do this or trying to, if you go into it that expectation when things don't work out right, what's your next thought gonna be?
Be a murmurer and complainer.
A murmuring and complainer. And what else? What you gonna think to do if you done already been trying to do what's right and then things don't work out right? What's the next thought that comes to your mind?
You're gonna try to do it on your own.
You gonna try to
Your,
do it on your own?
your own
Okay,
will.
okay. I want you to keep thinking though. If you did everything
Oh,
that you supposed to do, or that you know to do, that you think you supposed to do right, and things don't work out right, what's the next thought that you gonna have?
Lose faith.
Lose faith?
Go the opposite way.
Go the opposite. There you go. Basically, what Mother said, which is you gonna lose faith. That's what caused you to go the opposite way. But the point is, if you go into a trial or circumstances, a testing, or challenges that you deal with in life that don't align with this expectation that most people have, if you go into it with a certain expectation and you've been doing what's right, your next thought gonna be, well, what am I doing what's right for if I'm still going to go through this anyway? If what am I trying to live right for, and what am I trying to be patient and hold on for, and all this, if look like the most I done forgot about me, look like everything just, you know what I'm saying, going up in smoke. Why is this happening? Why is that happening? If you have the wrong expectation, these things are going to defeat you. Yep. If you had the wrong expectation, it's easy to get frustrated. Anybody would. Anybody would. That's why the Most High was showing me that your expectation is very important to make sure you have expectations that's rooted and based in the word versus expectations that's conditioned by the world. The world say it's supposed to be like this. If you do this, then this and this. But because Yahuwah is sovereign, he can allow you to be tested and tried whenever he please.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's for you to remember that he's sovereign, but I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't get to just, you know what I'm saying, be out here just doing whatever I want to do. And watch this. The reason he is sovereign, because he's not just supreme in his authority, but he also supreme in his knowledge and his wisdom and his understanding. So what is we saying? He know why he allowed me to go through what I go through, even when I don't. Because Yahuwah is not just some mean kid that just be putting you through stuff. Nah, he wise and he righteous. So whatever he allowed me to go through, I have to have enough. I don't got all the knowledge. I don't got all the wisdom. I don't got, you know what I mean, all of that. But I do have enough to know. And sometimes I have to remind myself that, okay, if Yahuwah is allowing this, then even though I don't have the knowledge of why, at least I can have the knowledge of knowing that he knows best. At least I can have the knowledge of knowing that maybe it's something in this that I need to be learning, because after all, I done did everything I was supposed to do. I done did everything I knew to do. And such is the case of my life. um, I have been through and am going through a lot of situations that when in this I started realizing this, like what happens when you have done like everything that you would to it get to a point to where you start realizing, this ain't normal. This ain't normal. I really can't even attempt. Maybe I will attempt to try to run down the list of things that it would really just make you be like, that's you. My point is the reason why it's where am I? The reason why it's important to have a proper expectation, because when this stuff start happening, if your expectation ain't right, it'll cause you to start murmuring and complaining instead of being able to recognize what this is.
Mm.
Oh, this is a trial. And I don't get to say when the trial gonna come, and I don't get to say when the trial gonna go.
Right.
But when I started seeing this, it's too much stuff on top of stuff on top of stuff on top of stuff that just keep happening, that it seemed as if, am I cursed or something?
Mm.
Is everything just against me? You start having these thoughts or whatever. And the truth is, nah, it ain't that. It's just you was the best candidate.
Oh, I see where you're going.
You was the best candidate for this. And it's important to be able to talk yourself through some of the range of emotions that you'll feel, because if you don't have the ability to endure with integrity, oh my goodness, I ain't even got into, if you don't have the ability to endure with integrity, then you probably gonna fail the assignment of suffering. Assignment of suffering, yeah, yep. You're gonna probably fail. I don't want to be assigned to suffer. Yeah, but you're not sovereign. So you don't get to assign nothing. All you get to do is complete your assignment. And as we go on, we're going to see why that assignment is so important. It's so much to this. It's so much. So we thinking because we trying to keep step with everybody else, because we got the world's expectations. We've been conditioned by the world's expectations because we see success through the world's lenses. That's why we can't go through nothing, because we're trying to focus on a certain expectation we're trying to get to in our head, in our mind. And when we can't seem to get there, it frustrates us. It causes us to act out or lash out or be snappy, or, you know what I'm saying, be feeling a certain way because we got the wrong expectations. We have the entitlement of ease. And it don't mean you're a bad person, because we all want to have success. We all want to, have a measure of ease. But when you've been assigned to something greater, even though it don't look like it's greater, it definitely don't feel like it's greater. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to take your eye off of what is important. And it's easy to take your eye off of understanding what it is that you're dealing with and why it is that you're dealing with what you're dealing with. What am I saying? I know it might sound vague right now, but let's just keep going. So, conditioned by the world's expectations. Your whole life, my whole life, our whole life, we've been having this idea of what success look like. And that's dangerous, because Yahuwah he don't abide in that realm of our expectations. Have you noticed that Yahuwah ain't really just out here doing what you expect him to do just because you expect it?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Anybody notice that?
Yeah, I do.
It's saying, they say, how that saying go? If you want to make the Most High laugh, tell him your plans or something like that. Basically, tell him what you plan on doing or what you think. And this is why, like, if you do plan on doing something or whatever, you should say, what if it be
Yahuwah's will.
there you go. It's a reason why that's in your Bible. Like, you plan to do this and you plan to do that. But the truth is, you should be trying to make sure your plans align with Yahuwah plans, because he's the ultimate planner. He's the sovereign planner. Yeah, his plans ain't subject to nobody, but our plans are subject to him. You know what I mean? And that's a good thing, because if your plans are subject to him, then that means you're trying to be in alignment with him. But if he allowing you to just plan everything how you want to plan it, and he don't disrupt or interfere with your plans whatsoever, you probably not his child. He probably not, you know what I'm saying, dealing with you like that. And that's a scary thing. I'd much rather him to have me on this path of trial and testing and learning and growing and maturing into being like him than to just be out here just frivolously, just everything I want to happen, it just happened like boom, boom. But I ain't got no relationship with him. I ain't got no connection to him. Like he's not my source. Do you know it's people out here like that? It's people out
Mm-hmm.
there, everything they think to do, it boom.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my goodness. Why is that? David talked about this. He said, my foot almost slipped. Almost got me. When I looked at the prosperity of the wicked.
Wicked. Yep.
The only thing that stopped me though is when Yahuwah allowed me to see their end. And then I started realizing, oh, I'm in a better situation over here with Yahuwah than to just be over there with the wicked prospering
Mm-hmm.
moment versus being over here going through these tests and going through these trials and being built for something better. Anyway, let's keep going because I don't want to get bogged down too. So, like I said, just to recap, it's very dangerous to go into the trials and the tests that Yahuwah will have you to go through. With the entitlement of ease. This is what happened with the children of Israel going through the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
When you expect one thing and then Yahuwah allows something else, you begin to complain. What's the root of that complaining? This ain't according to my expectations. I didn't expect
Mm-hmm.
this. I didn't expect no uncomfortable times. I ain't expect to have to, you know what I'm saying, deal with this. Ain't like how it was in Egypt. This ain't, you know what I'm saying, how it was in Babylon. In Babylon, we used to could pull up to the window and get an Egyptian burger #2. Or like we had you get what I'm saying. I don't know if they had a drive-through back then or not, but the point is they had a measure of comfort. And even though they was in captivity, that's why I was talking about the comfortable captivity versus the uncomfortable transition to freedom. Like some people would rather be a comfortable captive, you know what I mean, than to be free from the captivity, but have to go through some trials or some, you know what I'm saying? Like, why did Yahuwah take them through the wilderness? He told you why. Why did Yahuwah say he took them through the wilderness?
To try them, to test them,
To prove them.
prove them.
So why is Yahuwah taking you through what he take you through? See?
Proving us.
Maybe he trying to prove me.
Mm-hmm.
So now we see that, oh, Yahuwah be out here testing people. Yeah, he do. But the thing is his tests have a purpose, just like all tests do. Maybe this is just an aptitude test. Everybody know what an aptitude test is? Okay.
I heard of it before. Yeah, I've heard of it before.
It's also called a aptitude test, could be called a placement test.
Okay. Yeah.
Basically, it's a test to see where you fit best. Like, what's your aptitude or what's your, like, they have certain careers or the military or whatever, they have certain tests you take to see what your career path need to be. Like, where do you fit best? What's your like aptitude? Where are you ascending to aspiring to, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have these qualities and characteristics and capabilities to work on planes, well then we don't need you over here doing something that's totally different from that. Like they have certain tests to show where you fit best. So the Yahuwah have tests like that basically show and prove who and what you are. Are you a candidate for the kingdom, or do you fit better somewhere else? I don't know about you, but I'm trying to be placed in the kingdom. I'm trying to,
Yes, hallelujah. That's right.
but that's gonna come with some trials. That's gonna come with some tests. That's gonna come with some challenges that
Okay.
is totally against what you would expect. Like I said, Abraham probably didn't expect to have to wait till he got to be old to have a son, Isaac. And then he probably didn't expect that when he had that son, that Yahuwah's gonna turn around and ask him to sacrifice that son.
Mm-hmm. That he waited
Like I
all
said,
that time for.
we just started running the names down, like Moses. Moses was,
Mm-hmm.
the Bible said, the meekest man in the earth. He probably didn't expect when he had a heart for his people and was trying to bring his people out and telling Pharaoh, let my people go and all this. He probably didn't expect them same people to turn around and turn on him.
No.
But them same people had been turned on him before he even left Egypt. Remember, he came to the defense of the man that the Egyptian was smiting, and he went over there and took care of that Egyptian, buried him in the sand,
Mhm. Yeah.
and came back later, and that the word then got out, and the people, the very people he was trying to defend, turned around and was like, "Who made you a prince over us, a ruler over us? You gonna do us like you did that Egyptian? Uh-oh, I better get out here." The word and spread it. They know, you know about that? Yeah, we know. You know what I'm saying? My point is, he probably didn't expect that in trying to do something good and righteous for his people, that it was going to turn around and bite him. And then he was going to have to run and leave his comfort and
Mm-hmm.
fugitive and all like that. Moses had it good in Egypt. And he was trying to work towards helping his people, but then in helping his people, he lost his ease. He lost his comfort. He lost, you know what I'm saying? He had to go into another stage or whatever. Like Moses was, go back and see, like, was he a prince in Egypt? Like, he was born in Pharaoh's house. He had it good, but he still had a heart for his people.
Yeah.
It's more I could say about that. I actually found out through reading Jasher the reason why but that ain't even the reason why the man, the Egyptian was beating up on the Hebrew is very interesting. If you read in Jasher between 70 and 71, I think, chapter 70, 71, you'll see that it was a lot more, and I think it tied into something Yahusha was saying. But I won't get into that right now because it's gonna take me a different way. But you get a chance, you can go and read that. It actually explained why the Egyptian was into it with the Hebrew. But yeah, so the point is I ain't even made it to Job yet. I'm sure he didn't expect what happened to him to happen to him.
Oh no. I'm sure
Especially
he
not
didn't.
trying to do what's right.
Uh-huh.
I'm out here trying to be righteous, and I'm out here trying to do what's right and all this. But if you had the world's expectation, then what's your next thought gonna be? If I'm already doing what's right and all this is happening, then why should I keep doing what's right? And that's why I try to help people to understand that's the wrong expectation. To think just because you do what's right, nothing gonna come, ain't nothing gonna be, you're not gonna have a season of being down or feeling like you know what I'm saying, down, or circumstance after circumstance after circumstance just seem to just keep happening. Like if you don't know that's par for the course, like that's something that can happen. If you had this expectation of thinking, oh well, I'm just gonna do what's right, ain't gonna bother nobody, and everything just supposed to fall in place, or everything just supposed to work out right. When it don't, what you gonna do?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, I can't drive that home enough. We gotta lose that expectation, because when some come that's contrary to that, we literally be caught off guard because we didn't expect that. And that's one of the things that the enemy overcomes us with, is the thing that we didn't expect and our response to it. Like if you lose that expectation and lose that sense of entitlement of feeling like everything's supposed to just work out right just because, okay. But if we had the understanding, I'm not telling you don't expect to do well, and I'm not telling you don't try, and I ain't saying that. I'm not saying don't apply yourself. You should. I mean, that's something you should aspire for. But when that don't happen, you start seeing multiple things like back to back to back that just don't even really make sense. Like I could just start listing some stuff, like especially from like the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I could just start naming off some stuff, and you're like, let's just do it. You wouldn't think you would get sick.
Right.
Your mom would get sick. Y'all be in the same hospital,
Same hospital.
one floor apart.
One on the second. Yep. One on the second floor. One on the third.
You know what I'm saying? And then you finally get out, only to fight to go and make it to where you can visit, because they don't want you to visit your mom, but you fight to get visitation to see your mom and all like this. And then you expecting things to get better. You expecting, because of your faith, you expecting that, hey, it's going, you know what I'm saying? And then when it don't go like that, you expecting, okay, well, surely the, family, her sisters, her brothers, her, other people that claim, surely they gonna, you know what I mean, they gonna be some type of encouragement, some type of, nope. They gonna be the miserable company keepers that's, you know what I'm saying, just like how Job had these characters around him that was like not comfort at all. You know what I'm saying? But then you gonna have your job that you've been on 12 years. Surely you expect them to appreciate your loyal service as a valued employee. You know, all the stuff they tell you, you're a valued employee and all this. Yep, you value until they don't see the value in you no more. Then you can kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. But my point is, I'm just giving you a rundown on some of the things, like you finna get up out of here. You finna, but you didn't expect that. But you finna leave by force. Like we terminating you. Why? Is it behavioral? Is it something that you did? Nope. Nah, you was just going through too much. You was just sick at the time. You was just not dispensable to our use. We don't find no value or no use in you right now. So yeah. Sorry, we really like you, but yeah. Kick it.
Yeah, that was
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna go to school. Go to school. Try to position yourself for something a little bit better, whatever. Go to school. And then, okay, I'm gonna go do a year after, over the road or whatever. Get out the road, go through some more school. Oh, wait, before that. They like, and I'm just giving you a whole rundown, and I ain't gonna give you everything because it'll make it sound like, oh, you complaining. No, I'm not complaining. I'm trying to show you how when stuff, and not just 2 weeks, but try 2 years or whatever, stuff just seemed to not be. I ain't even gonna go no further. I'm gonna just cut it right there. Well, I will say this: the parent that you do got still around is an antagonist. Like literally, like will call you and start an argument with you over something that we shouldn't even be talking about. And it started off of none other than a birthday. Everybody know me? No. Hey, I don't do the whole birthday thing. I think it's hypocritical for a person to not deal with you and not talk to you for the whole year. And then this one day, oh, I remember such and such. And now let me go and fake and come with this facade of, what's the word I could use? A facade of care or whatever, acting like I got a gift for you today. Or not even that, because most people they don't got no gift for you, but they expect a gift from you. So they don't really care that they miss your birthday, which is fine because I don't keep it no way. But, and I'm not saying I don't acknowledge that, hey, thank the Most High for another year. Thank the Most High for allowing me to see another day. You know what I mean? We appreciate the Most High for the esteem that I acknowledge that I'm a year older because, you need to keep up with that because you be done forgot how old you is. How old am I? You know what I'm saying? But my point is, like, for instance, my dad called me and was jokingly but not jokingly, even called my wife with this foolishness, talking about some, I forgot what he said about some $1 for every day that supposedly we owe him, just jokingly or whatever. But he got around to, and I'm just being transparent, got around to pretty much saying that or asking why, what is it? Now, we didn't have this conversation before, but it don't matter because people want you to do what they want you to do. But we didn't have this conversation about why I don't do birthdays and all like that, and whether it's pagan and what's the origins of it and all this stuff, and how it's self-worship and idolatry and all that. We didn't get into that until October. Guess what October just happened to be? Oh, October happened to be your birthday. The month that your birthday is in. So you weren't concerned about none of this until your birthday. I don't know if y'all can, but I can. You should be able to clearly see what that is. Like,
I done been through that too.
calling, harassing my wife and me about a birthday and try to fake like it's about the children and what if I want to get the children a gift and all this? You have to wait till their birthday to get them a gift? That's the hypocrisy I be talking about. If you wanted to get somebody something, get them something. I ain't never said there was nothing wrong. And the scriptures don't say there's nothing wrong with getting somebody a gift. If you want to get somebody a gift, by all means, do so. Anytime you feel to do that. But to be absent and to be gone all year round and then all of a sudden pop up around a certain day, to that's hypocrisy. Like I just told him I would rather deal with somebody and have a good relationship with them all year round than to just have one day that we just fake like we. No, that's foolishness. But if you want to participate in that, go ahead. That's your prerogative. That's your choice. And I ain't mad at you for that. But if I'm not trying to push what I believe on you, how dare you to come and try to push what you think or expect or believe on me? It'd been a whole lot of birthdays there. We ain't hear nothing from you. But now you calling me in October, the month of your birthday, and trying to strike up this conversation about birthdays. Why?
Mm-hmm.
I said all that to say, if you have this entitlement of expectation, it will break you when things don't go the way you expect it to. Who would expect they grown, not just parent, they grown father to be out here crying about something like that, a birthday, or like why? Who do that? Like a man ain't. I understand a woman, but some women don't even do that. And you're a grown man worrying about a birthday or a birthday gift and all this stuff. What is that? I don't have time to be crying about frivolous stuff like that. Oh, you didn't give me a gift and you didn't call me on my birthday. Woo, 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 woo. What? Is you serious? I ain't heard from you in like what? When was the last time I did hear from you? And when you called me about a birthday? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's me. But the point is,
We were too.
it's just stuff like this that I like I say, I be candid and I be open about and transparent about stuff because I know if I go through weird scenarios like this, somebody else could very well be what I mean, going through the same thing. And
Mm-hmm.
you need to be able to know, one, that it's not just you, and two, you need to know that the reason why you going through what you going through, which is bringing us to the next part, once we get past the expectation of this, ain't nothing wrong with having a nice house, ain't nothing wrong with having a nice car and nice this and that, whatever. But when things don't go the way you expect them to go, the next question is what you gonna do? Is you gonna just like get frustrated and start acting a certain way or whatever? Or are you gonna realize that maybe this is a test or this is a trial, and maybe I just need to be able to, with integrity, endure whatever this is and not allow myself to slip into the mode and the mindset of a murmuring complainer, because that stuff will cause you to act crazy with your like other people. It'll cause you to act a certain way, like, well, why she don't do this and why he don't do this, and now the enemy has found a way to come between, you know what I'm saying, the unit or whatever. And if it's your dad and you, and I'm talking about different scenarios, or your dad and your mom, I mean, or you and your mom or whatever, it'll cause you to be acting a certain way against certain people that ain't the problem. They're not the source of the problem. Like, just not. But the enemy put stuff in your mind like, well, why they won't do this, or why they. And the truth is, and matter of fact, we'll see it when we get to Job. We'll see it when we get to Job. But back to basically my point. My point is, you're gonna go through different circumstances. Your simulation, if you will, may not be like mine. Your test may not be like mine. But you're gonna have a test that's tailor fitted to you. And if you don't have the proper expectations, it's gonna cause you to begin to not have the proper perspective on what you're going through and why you're going through it. So that's our next question. Like, why are you going through what you're going through? Because some point in the test, you're gonna start having this question rattling around in your mind. Why me? Why
Why is
this?
it? Yeah.
Why
Why
that?
is it happening to me? Yeah.
And we don't be asking that question from like, let me see what is it that the Most High is trying to teach me through this. Why am I going through this?
Okay. Yeah.
No, we be asking that question like, why me? Like, why should I have to go through this, and why should I have to deal with that? And you know what I'm saying? We be asking it from a perspective of like really pride, if you really think about it. Like, why I got to do this, or why I got to go through this, and why me? And you know, the question is, why not you? Who is you that you can't be tried? Because after all, Yahuwah is sovereign. He can do what he want to do. Who is you to think he can't use you?
Yeah.
Why are you going through what you're going through? If we start refocusing our and changing our perspective on that question when we in these situations, we'll start seeing, yeah, why am I going through what I'm going through? What is Yahuwah trying to show me? What is Yahuwah trying to teach me? What is Yahuwah doing outside of me?
Yes.
Not just
Mhm.
in me. Like, what is you trying to, you like, mature me and help me to grow into whatever? But even what is he doing outside of me? Yeah, he's doing something even outside of you. What are you doing outside of me? As you going through what you going through, do you know if somebody seeing what you going through?
Mm-hmm.
But do you know they also seeing how you go through it?
Yeah.
And they may not never ask you nothing. They may not never say nothing to you, but they done heard you talk about how good this Yah is, how good this allure is that you believe in. And now you're going through something. They watching to see, is he still that good?
Uh-huh.
While you over here murmuring and complaining, they can't see that. They can't see it. Because through your murmuring and complaining, it's killing your witness of how good you said he was. You said he was this and you said he was that. But I don't know. He don't look like it to me. Not from my perspective of looking at you as you go through what it is you're going through.
Mm.
See, that's the difference. When Abraham left his father's house because of Yahuwah, following Yahuwah's instructions, when Abraham received word that he was going to have a son in his old age and then had to wait, he was already old when he got the promise. he was even older by the time the promise was fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
But then he, through all of the stuff he went through, even Yahuwah commanding him, not asking him, commanding him to sacrifice his son, his only son, Isaac. Yeah, he had another son, but that wasn't the son that Yahuwah was asking for. It's funny that Yahuwah wasn't asking for that one.
Right. He's asking for
For
him.
the one that's gonna really touch you the most. He asking for your Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. He asking for Isaac.
Do you know through all of that, Yahuwah still was good according to Abraham? And what I mean is, through everything you could watch him go through, he still went through it he endured with integrity. He was able to go through the fire. I ain't even talk about that. Like, he went through a fiery furnace. Like, he went through stuff. But it's not what you go through, it's how you go through it. And he went through it in a way that would allow Yahuwah to still get glory. Because Yahuwah was still good in his mind. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't always the case for us. We know he's still good, but you don't be acting like it. Because we be so consumed with what you're going through. Oh, if I was back during that time, I would have been able to go through that fire like Abraham did. You can't go through a fiery trial. This ain't even physical. This ain't even fire. This is just a fiery trial, and we can't stand the heat. Anyway, enough of me yammering. Let's get into this. The entitlement of ease. I said some of this earlier, but I'm gonna rehash some of it. You must successfully suffer so that you may righteously reign. You must successfully suffer so that you may righteously reign. The Bible said, if we suffer with him, we shall also what?
Reign with him.
But if you don't suffer, it ain't righteous for you to reign. You're not worthy to reign. Because you ain't go through nothing. You ain't been through nothing. You know what I'm saying? But because we have this expectation of ease, we expect everything to just be easy and just everything to go our way, then we feel like we don't have to suffer. But that's not the case. The Bible said if we judge ourselves by ourselves, we are not wise. But the problem is we've been conditioned by the world's expectation, and that's what we judge things based on. We're trying to keep up with what we see and what we have seen. And we have, naturally, we all do. We have hopes and we have dreams and things that we would like to happen. But the Most High was showing me and has been showing me through the things that I go through. He's been showing me that even though you have hopes and dreams and things that you would like to happen, if I allow it to seem like that's not gonna happen, what you gonna do? If I allow it to seem like what your hope and your dreams are, if I allow it to not happen, if I allow it to seem like it's not gonna happen, what you gonna do? That's the point. That's the point when we start acting out or acting different or like murmuring and complaining or like showing our frustration is at the point to where that's when we act out, is when it don't look like what I want to happen is gonna happen, If it don't look like it's gonna happen, then I'm about to rage. I'm about to act a certain way. I'm about to, you know what I'm saying? But we got to get to a point to where even if it don't look like what's gonna happen, what I want to happen is gonna happen, and even go further than that. If what I want to happen don't happen, don't look like, if it don't happen, and it ain't gonna happen, if it get to that point to where it's just not gonna happen, okay, but Yahuwah's still good, and I'm gonna conduct myself like it. I'm gonna act like it. I'm gonna endure with integrity because I know that I must successfully suffer so that I may righteously reign. Like, it's cool and all to think, oh, it's people that really had to die out here for Yahuwah. Yeah, we have this romanticized version of suffering in our mind. Like, yeah, people had to die. But what if you have to be listed with that group of people? Like, you got
Right.
to be the one. And I don't even mean like literally die. I mean, you just might have to let what you want to happen die.
Wow.
I mean, like, it just, the thing you want to happen just might not happen. What about that? Who can let what they want to happen just die? And still have, I don't mean just let it die and you just mope and be sad and depressed and angry and inwardly bitter and frustrated and all like that. I mean, who can let what they have vision for or want to happen die and still have a disposition of praise and joy, and your main focus is long as Yahuwah is pleased? Who can have that type of perspective? Because that's what it's gonna take.
Yeah, that's true.
Yahuwah don't he said Yahuwah is a cheerful what? He loves a cheerful what?
Give
Giver.
Giver. So if you giving your life in dedication to Yahuwah, which is the greatest giving that you can give, you think he wants you to be out here just moping and sad about, I had to give this up and I had to give up on that and I had to let this, I did it, but I'm gonna pout about it. I did it, but I'm gonna mope and I'm gonna be depressed because I want Yahuwah to see me that I ain't happy about this. And I want him to know I don't like it.
I'm hurt.
Yeah, I'm hurt. I feel like because I got the expectation that the world done conditioned me by, I feel like I'm entitled for everything to just work out right, just whenever I want it to work out, because I ain't really built to go through nothing.
I did everything I was supposed to do, but it wasn't supposed to be like this.
See, that's the expectation talking. It was supposed to be the way I saw it in my mind. And watch it, when I don't see it the way I saw it in my mind, then I start acting a different way. But the just don't walk by sight.
Walk by faith.
So the faith in me says, even if it don't work out the way I saw it in my mind, the way I really wanted it to work out, even if it don't work out like that, hallelujah anyway.
Yep. Hallelujah.
Even if it don't work out like that, the way I wanted it to work out, I'm just gonna trust that the Most High know what He's doing out here because He's sovereign.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm
So
just
he's
gonna trust it.
don't
just
sleep
gonna.
me
I'm
yet
just.
will I trust him.
You see what I'm saying? Say that again.
No, even though he slayed me yet will I trust him.
Yep. Though He slay me. Hold on. That means that's the opposite of blessing. That's the opposite of fulfilling what I want Him to do. It sounds like He actively fighting against me when you say, though He slay me. Slay is what you do to an enemy. Sometimes you can go through enough stuff in your life that you start feeling like, Yahuwah, I was trying to be your friend, but I feel like an enemy. I feel like this is, you know what I'm saying? Why is this constantly against me? And then if you got any sense, you start checking yourself to be like, oh, did I do something? What's going on? Like, what is this? You know, and like I said, I can't state it enough how important it is for us to not get to a point to where we allow our expectations to defeat us as we're trying to go through this test. I'm not telling you, everything gonna be suffering, but I am saying when the suffering comes, you got to be able to identify that that's what that is, and you got to be able to equip your mind with understanding that whatever this is for your glory. And once again, why am I going through this? Because you was the candidate that Yahuwah saw fit to allow to go through this. That's enough of a reason right there.
Yep.
Have you considered my
He is my servant.
Sister Shunda? Sometimes you be like, yo, I don't really want to be considered for this one. Let me sit this one out. But Yahuwah be like, yep, I'm bringing. Oh, why did you? How did he bring my name up? Because he got this book, he got this list, and your name is in it. It's called the Lamb's Book of Life. But every now and again, he'll call your name off of that list, and you be up for the test. You be up for the trial. Yeah. Going down my list, going down my Lamb's Book of Life. Yeah, I done came to this name. Yeah. What happened when your name get called? Are you gonna be able to answer in a with a pleasing disposition, or are you gonna grudgingly answer? All right, y'all. All right, I'll do it. I'll go through it. But are you gonna endure with integrity, or are you gonna be out here expressing your bitterness? Anyway, let's go. Let's get into some of this word. It says, a man born of a woman is few days and full of what?
Trouble.
A man born of a woman is of a few days, and his few days is what? Full of trouble. That's Job 14:1. But the Most High was showing me a man that is born again, even though he born of a woman initially the first time, and because of that, he gonna have a few days, and yeah, they're gonna be full of trouble. If a man be born again, he overcomes the trouble. And then he started reminding me right about this point, because I just started writing what I was hearing at this point. Like, I had to get up, and get out the bed because I just was hearing too much, and I had to get up and write down what I was hearing. But the point is, he reminded me of years ago. I had this song that he put in my spirit, in my ruach, called Overcomer. You remember you said you was an overcomer? So it's not strange when I give you things or I put things in your path to overcome. You said you was a overcomer, but see that sound good when you singing a song, but when you have to walk in the footsteps of what that really is, then it get a little different. You know what I'm saying? Now, never mind. No, you said you was an overcomer, so I'm gonna allow you to go through things that you will have to overcome and mature beyond, so that basically the trial is
Electricity go off.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, mine went off. Everything went off.
Yeah, his went off too. If yours went off.
Yeah. Yours on it, days on in Bojan. I mean,
Man, mine's on over here.
oh, okay. I think it's all went down in Shreveport. This over here. That's weird. The wind ain't blowing or nothing out there. I don't know why everything went out.
Oh, 'cause it's gone. The sun is out and everything here.
What happened?
The electric went out.
Oh, over there?
Yeah,
It's probably real windy. Because it's real windy over here.
it is. Let me look
Mhm.
outside because I ain't seen. Maybe because I ain't went outside because I don't see no wind. I don't hear no wind. Usually when it be windy. But everything went off. I guess the internet went out too.
Oh, okay.
Unless it was on his phone for the phone.
Well, we'll see. We're going to
Okay.
get off because it's still recording.
Okay.
All right. Shalom.
Okay. Shalom.
Sister Center? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you a little bit.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to do things a little different. Power went out. Right on cue. Okay, so everybody can hear me all right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so as I was saying, right, like I said, perfect example of what I've been talking about. Just things gonna happen. These are the challenges. And like I've been saying, it's not what you go through, but it's how you go through it. That's very, very important. So let me get my slides back up here. Okay. But yeah, like I was saying, a man born of a woman is of a few days and full of trouble. But the Most High was showing me a man that is born again overcomes the trouble. So this is the difference between somebody that's just a mere man that's born of a woman. You're gonna have a few days and they're gonna be full of trouble. But if you're born again, then you can actually overcome the trouble. You embrace the trouble, and he goes through the birth pains. I mean, like that's what it really is, and you realize, oh, this is for my making. This is for my maturing. Like the Most High didn't put me here to just have this, cookie cutter, perfect, easy, don't go through nothing, type of life. No, the Most High put me here to be able to be a light and an example of what going through this life with integrity looks like. Like he put me here to be a picture of what somebody who is tried is supposed to be. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we need to be able to see that example. We need to be able to see, oh, I had the wrong expectation. I thought you weren't supposed to. As long as you do what's right, you don't go through nothing. No, if you do what's right, you especially gonna go through something. Like, look at Job. Job was trying to do what was right, and look at everything he went through.
That's
Like,
right.
the Bible said, "All they that will live godly shall suffer persecution." Shall what? Suffer persecution, and that's the part that we be trying to get away from because we don't feel like we should suffer anything. But anyway, he goes to the birth pains. It's not what you go through; it's how you go through it. If I'm being birthed, why do I feel the pain? Because usually, the baby don't feel the pain. It's the person who's doing the birthing that feels the pain of birthing that baby. But the Most High was showing me it's because the old you is dying so the new you can be born. And that's why we feel the birth pains, because when it really comes down to it, you being born and dying at the same time. Yep. It's because the old you is dying so that the new you can be born, but born better. Only one can live. Choose, because you can only save one. Many choose to try to save the wrong one. Death and birth is simultaneous. So, like I said, it's happening at the same time. At the same time that I'm dying out to that old me, that new me is being birthed or being born. And this is a continual process. Like, it just is. Until we all come into the full measure and stature of Yahusha, because that old you is fighting to live, and that old you would kill the new you. That's why the new you have to kill the old you, because you can only save one. And like I said, that fleshly carnal mindset that only desires what it desires, only desires ease, is trying to stay alive. It's got self-preservation. It's trying to preserve itself. So if anybody else have to die, so be it. Because it's only trying to save itself. But that's why Paul was saying stuff like, how you put it, he said, am I still on? Okay, and my screen just went white. But he said stuff like, it's he said, no more I that live, but the Mashiach that live within me. In other words, that old me is dying, and now it's Yahusha that's living in and through me. He said stuff like, I die daily. Hold on, how you die daily? If you die, you dead. But in order to die daily, that means that flesh be coming back alive daily, and I gotta actively put it to death again. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an ongoing battle. It's an ongoing thing, but only those that's able to fight this battle, able to fight this good fight of faith, would be worthy to receive, the reward. So let me keep going. Somebody want to read Luke 14 and 1 through 11. It's on the screen, or you can turn to it. I had put it on the screen so people that's online that's watching it, they could just be able to keep up if they didn't have their Bibles. But go ahead, Luke 14 verse 1 through 11.
Okay. And it came to pass as he went into the house of one of the chief Pharisees to eat bread on the Sabbath day, that they watched him. And behold, there was a certain man before him which had the dropsy. And Yahusha answered, spake unto the lawyers and Pharisees, saying, is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? And they held their peace, and he took him and healed him and let him go. And answered them, saying, which of you shall have an ass or an ox fallen into a pit, and will not straightway pull him out on the Sabbath day? And they could not answer him again to these things. And he put forth a parable to those which were bitten. And when he marked how they chose out of the chief rooms, saying unto them, when thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man that have been bitten of him. And he that bade thee and him come and say to thee, give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take to the lowest room. But when they are bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he had bid thee cometh, he may say unto thee, friend, go up higher. Then thou have worship. Thou shalt have worship. I was reading on the screen there. Worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee. For whosoever exalted himself shall be abased, and he that humbled himself shall be exalted.
Okay. Yeah, it kicked me up. But okay, so notice how I can get it to come back up real quick.
Okay, I left off on verse 11. I just finished reading verse 11. I'm verse 12 now.
Okay, it says he was telling them about the chief rooms and how he was telling them not to basically expect to go up to the chief rooms, but he told them to humble themselves. And you know what I mean, he said basically, hold on, and he put forth a parable which to those which were bidden, and he marked how they chose out the chief rooms, saying unto them, when thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him, and he that bade thee and him come and say to thee, give place. In other words, give him your seat. give him your seat, and you will shame, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest place. So basically, he was showing them like humility, and that's really what feed into like what we're talking about today, like your ability to be humble versus, you know what I mean, pride. Because humility can accept that, okay, I have to go through this or whatever, because humility puts you in the mindset of being a servant versus pride puts you in the mindset of like, why me? Why I got to go through this? Why I got to, you know what I'm saying? But he started out dealing with the pride and humility aspect of this. But let's keep going. Verse 12. Or I tell you what, verse 12.
Then said he also to him that bade him, when thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy friends, nor thy brethren, nor thy kinsmen, neither thy kinsmen, nor thy rich neighbors, lest they also bid thee again, and a recompense be made thee. But when thou makest a feast, call the poor, the maimed, the lame, the blind, and thou shalt be blessed, for they cannot recompense thee, for thou shalt be recompensed at the resurrection of the just. And when one of them that sat at meat with him heard these things, he said unto him, Blessed is he that shall eat bread in the kingdom of Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 16,
Yeah.
then said he unto him, A certain man made a great supper and bade many,
Go on, verse 17.
and sent his servant at supper time to say to them that were bidden, Come, for all things are now ready.
Mm-hmm.
And they all with one consent began to make excuse. The first said unto him, I have bought a piece of ground, and I must needs go and see it. I pray thee, have me excused. And another said, I have bought 5 yoke of oxen, and I go to prove them. I pray thee, have me excused. And another said, I have married a wife, and therefore I cannot come. So that servant came and showed his Adonai these things. Then the master of the house, being angry, said to his servant, Go out quickly into the streets and lanes of the city, and bring in hither the poor, and the maimed, and the halt, and the blind. And the servant said, Adonai, it is done as thou hast commanded, and yet there is room.
So let's look at this. He done first called for these certain ones to come, and they began to make an excuse why they couldn't come. Hey, I'm trying to buy this land. I need to go and tend to this, or I done married a wife, and so on and so, like all the different things that somebody could be
About 5 yoke of oxen.
occupied or distracted by. We could even say some, like he said, I married a wife, but some people can't come because they want to marry a wife or they want to marry a husband or whatever the case. They main focus is this, or they want to buy some land, or they too preoccupied with what they want to do versus coming and following Yahusha or coming to the supper. And so they all started making excuses and why they couldn't come. And it'd be the same thing like people do today. People start making excuses why they can't come, and don't let you have to like actually go through something. That's why they start making these excuses. It wasn't just because they couldn't come to the supper, but it's because you're going to have to like forsake something. You're gonna have to like give up on something in order to come do this other thing Yahusha talking about. And if you two are you already preoccupied with something else, then you're not gonna be able to make this appointment or this appointed time that Yahusha is appointing us to. Watch it. So he called for the who? The poor, the maid,
Lame.
the halt,
Oh,
and the
and the
blind.
blind.
Now, what does that tell you? If they can come without making an excuse, these other people ain't got no excuse. Or I ain't got the money to get there. I ain't got the money to buy the clothes or whatever the case to come. But if the poor can come, then anybody else could have came. The main, the halt, like somebody that's lame or got a hitch to their walk or halt, blind, I can't even see how to get there. But I'm coming. Like, what excuse do you have if a blind person can show up?
Right.
How you couldn't find your way, but a blind person could? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why he's using these categories.
Or lame could.
Look at the condition they in. Why did I have to be poor? They could have said that. Why did I have to be maimed or halt or blind? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? But they ain't asking why. They just trying to make it to the supper. And then you see, what is it? It talks about this. They ask who did sin? The man, the blind man, or his parents? And Yahushua had to let his disciples know it wasn't that that anybody had sinned that caused him to be in the state of being blind. Some things is just for the glory of the Most High. Some things is just so Yahuwah can basically get his glory. And I said that to say sometimes the things that you're going through is for that very reason. It ain't, just because, I did this or I did that. Maybe it could be related to something you did. But sometimes it can be related to the fact that you was just doing right. And Yahuwah just allowed your name to come up. Why? So he can get some glory. So anyway, let's keep going. 25.
Okay. And there went great multitudes with him. And he turned and said unto them, if any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
So first of all, when he said hate, what is he talking about? Do he mean literally you supposed to be out here hating? Remember he said no man can love two masters. He gonna love the one and hate the other. What was he talking about in that scenario? No man can serve two masters. So what is he saying when he say this hate versus love? He's dealing with your service. So he don't mean literally hate your father or hate your mother or hate your wife or children or whatever, because you're not supposed to hate them. You're supposed to love them, right?
Right.
But he's putting it in perspective. He was just like when he was saying no man can serve two masters. He gonna either hate the one and love the other. He's talking about you're gonna either serve one and not serve the other. So when he's saying to hate your father, your mother, and wife and all, he's saying don't serve them before you serve me.
Right. Okay.
This hate versus love have to do with your service. If you love me, you'll keep my commandments. In other words, if you love me, you're gonna serve me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is what it's talking about. It's not dealing with a literal like dislike or hate for somebody. It's dealing with who you serve and in what priority do you serve them in. Do you serve like other things before him? Remember, that's what them other people was making excuses about. Remember, they had other things that they prioritized before Yahuwah,
Mm-hmm.
before coming to this supper. They had basically put him on the back burner and then put what they had to do like in the forefront. And oftentimes we do Yahuwah just like that. And then Yahuwah have to allow everything to just shut down on us in order for us to put him in the front again.
Mm.
And for that, we should say, thank you, y'all. Because
Thank you,
I didn't
y'all.
realize that I had
Mm.
put this other stuff in front of you. We should be thankful that he didn't allow us to just be excused,
Yes, hallelujah.
but he designated us for this specific test, this specific trial, because this trial helped me to realize where I'm at, and it helped me to put him back where he belonged, in the forefront,
Right.
in the lead again. So let's keep going.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we're just gonna kind of expedite this. Um, Luke 9:23 through 26, and he said to them, "If any man come after me, let him what?
Let him deny himself.
I ain't expect no denial to be in there. Yeah, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily."
Daily.
Why not cross? What is that cross? That's a symbol of suffering. That's you're gonna have to be willing to suffer on a daily basis and follow Yahushua. You know why? Because the route Yahushua went caused him to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
So if you follow him, what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna have to suffer too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. That's the walk. Is anybody could walk with you if you know what I'm saying, like everything was just going just like perfectly. Just everything just no. Yahushua is looking for those that can follow him through the suffering. Because if you follow him through the suffering, you're gonna become like him. You're
Mm-hmm.
going to literally mature into being like him. You're going to literally come into the full stature and measure of Yahusha if you can realize, oh, it ain't about saving this life. It ain't about accomplishing all my goals and my hopes and dreams in this life. It's not even about that. This life is about proving whether or not I'm worthy to reign in the life to come. Some people trying to reign right now and don't realize this life ain't about reigning. This life is who can endure with integrity, who can go through some suffering and still come out on the other side of it better. Remember, you supposed to be gold that has gone through the what? Fire.
Fire.
I'm telling you, we got the wrong expectation. That's why we can't go through that fire because we expect everything to just, you know what I mean, be according to the expectation that the world has given us. You got to remember the world trying to live their best life now, which means they next life is going to be their worst life. Because if this is your best life now, then what your next life going to be later? It's the
Right.
best. Whatever come next is going to be worse. So it's important to readjust our expectations. Oh, this life is about me making it through these trials with integrity. This life is not about me getting everything the way I want it in the way that I see it in my head. based upon what the world has conditioned me to think and to believe. Am I saying don't try to, do well? I'm not saying that. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't aspire to do well and to, have nice things or have this or that. That's great. But what I am saying is when you start seeing too much stuff happening that seem like something going on here. This ain't normal. It's not normal for soon as you fix your roof for a week or two later, something else to fall through your roof again.
Right.
It's not normal that while you talking about this stuff on Shabbat, on Bible study, your power just go out.
Yeah.
I'm talking about why you talking about this type of stuff happening.
Yeah. Why are you
In the
talking?
middle of you talking about that, I'm saying this not so much for me because I see it. I'm saying this so when you in situations where it just look like it's too much stuff going on. Okay, here's another one. I put my truck in the shop. Truck had to be down in the shop for 2 weeks. Watch this. What was wrong with my truck? My front end was shaking or whatever, and I could only drive 40 to 45 miles an hour. On the interstate where you're supposed to be going 65, 70, 75 in some places. So 40, 45 miles an hour is too slow to be on the interstate. I can't be driving like that. I need to see what this shaking is. I need it to be fixed. Oh, and by the way, my bunk heater in the rear of the area you sleep in, it didn't stop blowing. It's kind of hot back there. But, I ain't gonna complain. I just turned up my front AC higher. You know what I mean? And I'll, put that on the list when I have to take it to the shop. I'll tell them about that too. Okay, cool. Well, the well went down, so we wasn't running. So I said, well, okay, this will be a perfect time for me since the well is down. Maybe I can just use this time to go get this stuff fixed on my truck. Do y'all know on the way to go to the shop, I stopped at the truck stop to get something to eat and came back out and my truck wouldn't start because the battery went out. So on the way to the shop to go get my truck fixed, my truck break down on the way to the shop to get something else, that I needed to be fixed. It just, it wouldn't start. And it wasn't because I left some stuff on in the truck, because I was really only in there for like 5 minutes because I had already called in the order for the pizza or whatever. I had already called it in. So when I went into the truck stop, they just handed me my pizza. I paid for it. And then I came right back out. So it ain't like, oh, well, you must have been in there too long. You must have left something on. I didn't leave nothing on. And I was only in there 5 minutes, if that long. Might have been more closer to 2 or 3 minutes. But the point that I'm making is I wasn't even in there long. And when I come back out, my truck won't start. So I had to call a wrecker to tow my truck. Okay. Wrecker gonna tow my truck to the shop. Now, on top of the bunk heater that's not blowing, on top of the vibration that I got in my front end that's causing me to not be able to drive no faster than 40 to 45 miles an hour on the interstate. Now I need some batteries. Okay, take my truck to the shop. Finally got there with the record man or whatever. And as he backing the truck in, he had the thing too close that pick up the front of the truck. That was too close. It should have been let out a little bit more. As he was trying to back the truck in, he then turned and then bent my bumper to my truck.
Wow.
The wrecker that was supposed to be picking my truck up to take to the shop. Now it has damaged my truck further. You wouldn't think you would call the wrecker to pick up your truck, and then the wrecker who picking up your truck wreck your truck some more. Okay, cool. Then I, tell the mechanic what I need fixed on the truck. Hey, I need my bunk AC fixed. I need, to check you to figure out what's going on with that vibration that's keeping me from driving more than 40, 45 miles an hour on the interstate. Oh, and also now I need 4 new batteries so my truck will crank up. Okay, give them the key. Go home. I'm off for 2 weeks. Bill's still coming. But, trying to be patient, trying to endure with integrity. And they called me and say, my truck ready. Go back, get the truck. It's been 2 weeks. Do you know the only thing they did was put 4 new batteries on the truck in all that time? So the truck will crank up, but I still can't go more than 40 to 45 miles an hour on the interstate. Oh, and the bunk AC still not working. So I done drove home and I done parked the truck at the place I park it at or whatever. And I get where I let them know, what need to be fixed, but they end up saying, well, the part gonna be in 1 or 2 days. Long story short, it was another 2 weeks, and when I was driving the truck back up there, because they said that they was telling me it was gonna be 1 or 2 days, I was like, well, let me go ahead and take it up here then, and just leave the truck up there. On the way up there to take the truck back to the shop, some up under the truck just, I don't know what happened, but now I done went from being able to drive 40 to 45 miles an hour on the interstate to now I can't drive no more than 25 miles an hour on the interstate. And I had to drive 25 miles an hour on the interstate, on this long stretch of interstate, going back to the shop. And it must have took me, ain't no telling how long to get there. But I was just glad that I was still able to drive. Because if I couldn't have drove it, I would have had to go through the process of getting it towed again and all of that. And it just would have been a whole lot. So I'm looking for a silver lining in the situation. Hey, okay. Anyway, like I said, I had already been down 2 weeks. Now down another 2 weeks. They just called me yesterday and said my truck was ready. I hope it is. I hope it is. But with me seeing the way things been going, I don't know. I will see. I hope it is. But I have tempered my expectations to, well, whatever the Most High allow, I pray that the Most High fix it and allow it to, change soon. But I understand that I can't fall apart just because things are not according to my expectation. So I gave y'all a short version of everything. Like I said, I could really go back these last just 2 years and just show you boom, 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 boom. And I'm not saying it as if other people don't have problems too. I'm not saying that because I understand everybody got problems. I'm just saying that when you start seeing too much stuff happening, yeah, you probably in your name done probably came up. You probably in the middle of a wager between the Most High and Hashatan. What's the wager? That you gonna curse your whore to his face. That you gonna not be able to suffer with integrity. That you're not gonna be able to, you know what I'm saying, maintain your outlook and still knowing that your whore is still worthy to be praised. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yep. Like it's not what you go through, it's how you go through it.
Dude, you know,
So the accusation that Hashatan have against us is that if things don't go the way that you expect them to go, when you expect them to go that way, you're gonna find you somebody else to serve. They only serving you because of how good you be to them. They only serving you because they got the expectation that everything gonna work out right if they do what's right. But if you will let me get involved, then I'll show you how they really feel about you. They don't really love you because they love you. Nah, they love you because of what you can do for them. They follow you because of the lows. They follow you because of the benefits. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the wager. This is the what's been said about you. You didn't know it was said about you, but yeah, it been said about you. Because Hashatan is always accusing the brother. But what is he accusing them of? Not really loving Yahuwah for real. He did it with Abraham. He did it with Job. And I'm here to tell you, he doing it with you. Yep, you. Yep, it's an accusation out there on you that say if you have to suffer anything displeasurable for any length of time, you gonna turn your back on Yahuwah. You gonna start murmuring and complaining. You gonna start acting out. You gonna start acting all frustrated and acting all nasty and acting all. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get in your head about it, you're gonna get in your flesh about it, and you're gonna start pointing the finger and blaming and whatever else. You're gonna start getting testy because you in a test. But I'm telling you, this is what this is, and I'm trying to show you how to recognize when you in one of these situations, so you can begin to start looking at, oh, this happened, then that happened. Then this don't even make sense. Oh, I know what this is. This is what Brett E was talking about. And I'm saying this because let me keep going. I'm gonna show you what the reason for this is. Anyway, it says, you take up his cross daily, follow me, for whosoever will save his life shall lose it. But whosoever will lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it. For what is a man advantage if he gain the whole world, like the world trying to do, just trying to gain and gather stuff or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and lose himself or be what? A castaway. For whatsoever shall be for whosoever shall be ashamed of me and of my words, of him shall the Son of Man be ashamed when he shall in his shall come in his own glory and in his Father's and other holy angels. So let's keep going though. Somebody want to read Job chapter 1, starting at verse 1. You got to see this. There was a man in the land of Uz. Can everybody still hear me?
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared allure, and eschewed evil, wouldn't have nothing to do with it. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 she asses, and a very great household. So
Mhm.
that this man was the greatest of all the men of the east. And his sons went and feasted in their houses, everyone his day. What is his day?
Their birthdays.
And there you go. And like I said, this is why this was so I can't make this stuff up. This is what I got into a heated discussion, and yeah, it was heated. I was heated. He was heated. I was heated. A heated discussion over a birthday. And like I said, this is the stuff that I started being able to see in this week that Yahuwah was speaking to me about this stuff. And this week is when I was harassed about a birthday. And Job, he's literally dealing with his children who was dealing with their birthdays. And his sons went and feasted in their houses, everyone his day, and sent and called for their three sisters to eat and drink with them. And it was so, when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them. Oh my goodness. You're going to see why he was doing this. Like I read the end of this, and you're going to see he's going to do the same things for his friends.
Yep.
He offered burnt offerings for them. But anyway, I want to get ahead of myself, but that's another indication that this feasting on his day, this birthday custom that people have, this is not something that's righteous, because if it was, Job wouldn't have to be out here. First of all, he didn't even come. But second of all, he wouldn't have to be out here sanctifying them and offering burnt offerings after the fact. He was trying to atone for them in their sin and their transgression. That's what people don't realize. This custom is not a godly custom. It's not a righteous custom at all. That's why you don't see nobody righteous in the Bible talking about their birthday. You see the Pharaoh who wasn't righteous doing it. You see King Herod who wasn't righteous doing it. You see Job's children who evidently wasn't righteous doing it, and Job is out here trying to sanctify them and offering burnt offerings for them. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep reading. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed allure in their hearts. Hold on. After they done went to feasting and doing all this every one day, now he out here sinning and sanctifying them and offering burnt offerings for them. And then this is what he said. It may be that they have sinned and cursed allure in their hearts. I'm telling you, Job was trying to atone for his children in this unrighteous custom that they was keeping. We never knew this. We never saw this like this, but this is what it is. Look at it. And I once again bring up the fact that this is the point of contention between me and my father. One of many, but it all basically boiled back down to one of us is trying to walk in righteousness and one of us is not. And because one of us is and one of us is not, it puts this line between us, and it puts this contention and this strife even between us, because when it really boiled down to it, like I said earlier, my dad, and I'm not saying this so somebody can be like, woe is me, or pet me and feel bad. No, I'm saying this because it's the truth and it needs to be said. My dad is an antagonist. He is the antagonist of the story. In my story, he will go down as the antagonist. What's an antagonist? Basically, the antagonist, the one that's against the main character or whatever. He's the opposition to that one. Just facts. So what am I saying? You got an antagonist in your life. You know who your antagonist is, but you got somebody that's there as opposition. And it'd be funny because you don't get to choose who that's going to be.
No.
You might have multiple ones of those that's, you know what I'm saying? But it's just what it is. You don't dislike them, hate them, or whatever, but you need to be able to recognize what role they play in your life so that you can be able to temper your expectations. I don't expect nothing else from the antagonist, but to what? Antagonize. They are the fire by which Yahuwah tries you, the goal. They are the fire that Yahuwah uses to get the impurities out of you to what make you better. Yep. If you was, and I realize this, if I was less than how I am, I would get along so much better than these people, so much better with these people. I'm talking
Me
about
too. Me too.
family folks, other, people who you could get along with them if you would just stop serving Yahuwah.
Hmm.
Yahuwah is the point of contention where y'all can't see eye to eye because you're
Mhm.
trying to live one way and they living with the world's expectations.
Yep.
And it
My folks
bothers
don't-
them that you don't abide by those expectations.
Right.
Why you don't do the birthday? Because I don't want to. And I'm not going to. But don't you know it's okay to do birthdays? Don't the Bible say if it's no law against it, or what's that verse? You don't even know the verse you're trying to cite and trying to, but you know that verse. What that verse is? I don't know. I know it ain't what you saying. He said, as it pertains to the fruit of the spirit, against such there is no law. What's the fruit of the spirit? Love, peace, and joy in the ruach, not in the birthday.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, my point is, you could get along a lot better with the world if you would become more worldly.
Uh-huh. Yep.
But because you're trying to abide in the word, you're gonna be on the wrong side of the world, and you're gonna have to be okay with that.
And
Yep.
then you're wrong.
Say it again.
You're wrong when you try to abide in the word and not the world, according
Right,
to them.
right. You're wrong. You the one that's wrong. Hold on. Let me real quick. I gotta hook this computer up to some power before we cut off again. Oh. Oh.
But isn't that something, Sister Shenda? Oh, you wrong when you striving to follow Yahuwah and what he said do. But you wrong to others for doing that.
Right. But that's that's the way of the world. You know, like my sister and I, we were talking about how the you have all of these different churches and they're different denomination, but you're supposed to be serving the same lure, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? So they are the broad way. They don't even know that they the broad way, but they are. You know what I'm saying? So Yah is not the author of confusion. But when I tell you I'm going according to the Bible that you preaching from, I'm the one that's wrong. But that's how their mind is reflected from the world, because they all think that they're right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's why you gonna have Yahushua even said this. He said in the world you was gonna have trouble. if you following him, you can expect the world to not be on your side. You can, and it's not supposed to, because the world love its own.
Right, right. It's not supposed to be on your side.
But the good news is Yahuwah will ever love and care for his own as well.
Right.
Okay, so I'm hooked up to some power. But just back to what I was saying. Yeah, you could get along with them a lot better if you would become more like them. What? Worldly. And they go for your religious family members, your church people on your job, whatever. And there's nothing against them, but it's that you are light in the midst of their darkness, and you stand out. And that's why you always be attacked, because you are the light bearer. You're the one that's coming with the light. You're the one that's coming with the difference. Do you know light is different from darkness? You different. You know what I'm saying? But and light exposes darkness. Like light lights up the darkness, and darkness don't like that. Men love darkness because it go back to their deeds. If you would dim your light by going into unrighteous deeds, then you know what I mean, y'all will get along a lot better. I know me and my dad would. Like if I was more like him, then we could actually, you know what I'm saying? If I was I won't even go to it. But yeah. It says, thus did Job continually. Now there was a day when the sons of the Lord came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered Yahuwah and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job? Yahuwah brought Job up. That there is none like him in the earth. So you mean to tell me when Yahuwah want to get him some glory, and when Yahuwah want to perfect you, he'll bring your name up?
As I consider thy servant.
Have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feareth the Lord and escheweth evil? Satan answered, here it is, answered Yahuwah and said, doeth Job fear a Lord for none? Has not thou made a hedge about him? What you gonna do when the hedge come down? And about his house and all that he have on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thine hand now and touch all that he have. See, he believed that your love for Yahuwah is attached to all that you have. Is it? Or is it not? The trial gonna prove which one it is. And he will curse thee to thy face. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy power. Only upon him put not forth thine hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord, and there was a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger unto Job and said, the oxen were plowing and the asses feeding. Now, notice Job was not at the birthday party. He wasn't there. Somebody had to come and tell him what happened.
Right, he wasn't there.
Anyway, let me keep going. And a messenger came and unto Job and said, oxen were plowing and the asses feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell. I want to go into who the Sabaeans are, because we talked about this last week, and I didn't know, but I looked it up now. Anyway, the Sabaeans are like they from Saba, Sabians, or Sheba. Sabians go back to Saba. Saba go back to Sheba. And Sheba is once again in Africa. And like it's like they call them Arabs when you look it up, but it also they link to the Ethiopians. So these would have been like dark Arabs. A lot of people don't know that the first and original Arabs was like dark people, black people. Um, but this is who because they came from what Sheba. Like you remember the Queen of Sheba?
Uh-huh.
That's in Ethiopia. But I won't go into all that. But this is who the Sabaeans are. Um, and took them away. Yea, they had slain the servants with the sword, with the edge of the sword, and I am only escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another. It's like it's one thing after the other. Just more and more bad news keep coming. You ever feel like that sometimes? I know I have. There came also another and said, the fire of the Lord is fallen from heaven and have burnt up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. And I am only and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands and fell upon the camels and carried them away. Yea, and the slain and slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the
Wilderness.
mm, a great wind from the wilderness. What's the wilderness? The place of
Place
trial.
of trial.
This is where this great wind came from. And smote the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Then Job arose and rent his mantle and shaved his head and fell down upon the ground and worshiped. He did what? Worship.
Worship.
All this stuff happened and he went into worship. Mm-hmm.
Rent
Does
his
any of this
mantle.
sound like it would make you feel like going into worship?
Mm.
No.
No.
But this is what he did. This is how he responded. And from his response, we can learn how to respond to the things that we go through. Like it ain't just, oh well, something good happened. Let's worship. Yeah, that's cute. But what happened when something bad, one thing after another, they can't get through telling you the bad news for somebody else coming telling you the bad news. Like, yeah. Can you respond in worship?
Responding worship. Yeah. Hmm.
Tell you, I'm about to show you why this is important. I just got to get through this. um, where did I leave off at? Okay,
Verse
Nate and
21.
he uh fell down upon the ground and worshipped and said, "Naked came I into the out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither." Yahuwah gave, and Yahuwah have taken away. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. In all this, Job, what?
Sin not.
What sin?
Transgression of the law.
So hold on, Job was lawful? Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
In all this, Job sinned not, nor charged
Charge
allure foolishly.
Yahuwah foolishly.
Again, there was a day when the sons of Allure came to the presence came to present themselves before Allure, and Satan came also among them to present himself before the Lord. Satan be out here presenting himself? And Yahuwah said unto Satan, From whence comest thou? And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, From going up to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, look what he said. Hast thou considered my servant Job?
Job.
Now, Job and already just went through all this he done went through, and now he coming up for consideration some more? Now, didn't the Bible say Yahuwah won't put no more on you than you can bear?
Yep.
So it shows you a lot about what Yahuwah know about us, that all of what you thinking you going through, that you think I can't take no more. No, it ain't that you can't take no more. It's that you don't want to take no more.
Okay.
Yahuwah is putting enough on you to basically kill you. Kill you? Yeah. He killing that you so that you can become more like him. Yeah, we gotta dial to us, to our flesh, to our whatever expectations we got in our mind, and we have to be able to allow ourselves to find how can I put it? You basically gonna have to be born into the mindset of surrendering to whatever Yahuwah is allowing. Yep. And your main goal at that point is to be able to endure with integrity. Your goal ain't to have a bunch of sheep, a bunch of cattle, a big house, a nice car, all this other stuff. Your goal is to be able to do what the main thing is. What? Endure with integrity. Suffer successfully so that you may righteously reign. Like going through all this stuff on top of back to back, it should clear your focus. It should help you realize, ain't really nothing else important but just being able to endure hardness as a good soldier. Didn't Yahushua say that? Okay, yeah. So you telling me I supposed to be able to endure some stuff? That's what he expect from me? Yeah, I got expectations, but Yahuwah got expectations too. And he expect for you to be able to endure. This is why he keep bringing your name up. This is why he be like, have you considered my servant Adriana? Because you're being considered for a trial, but you only being considered for the trial because he know what he got on the other side of that trial. But the trial is the opportunity to endure with integrity so that you can be found worthy of what's on the other side of that trial.
Yes, hallelujah. Yes.
And watch this. Do you know everybody can't get what's on the other side of that trial? You know why? Because everybody can't be considered for the test. I'm going to say that again. Everybody can't get what's on the other side of the trial because everybody can't be considered for the trial. Everybody can't be considered for the test. It's a reason why he bringing Job up. Have you considered my servant Job? You talking about this perfect and upright man? Yeah. That's who you will be considering for these trials. Oh my goodness. So if you going through something that even look similar to what Job was going through, you ain't been through the brunt of what Job went through.
No.
But you going through some frustrations. You going through some back to back stuff where it just seemed like you can't get beyond this for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Have you considered that you've been considered? But I don't want to be considered. Yeah, but you've still been considered. So we must consider that it's a purpose in this.
Yes.
The main thing I need to do is make sure Yahuwah get the glory through what it is that I'm going through.
Yes. Hallelujah.
He considered me for this. For what? To be able to give him some glory through this. That's why the Bible told you. It is funny because the Bible been telling us this stuff. We just didn't know, or we didn't put it into perspective. It told you in all things.
Give thanks.
Didn't it say that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't think it's in all things. We just think it's in the good things that we want to say thank you for. Yahuwah, I don't want to say thank you for this because I don't want this. The truth is, I don't thank you for this. You're not going to say thank you for something that you're not thankful for. You should be thankful that you've been considered. You should be thankful that Yahuwah considers you. You should be thankful that Yahuwah considered you worthy for the test. You should be thankful that Yahuwah thought you was capable of making it through this. Watch it. Not just going through it, but enduring with integrity. Why? So he can be able to sit back and be like, see that? I told you. Now, didn't I tell you she loved me? I told you. Didn't I tell you she loved me and her love for me ain't based on nothing material that I can do for her? Him? See right him right there? Yeah. He loved me for real. And it don't matter what I have to allow him to go through, he gonna still love me. Nah, Nah, you heard what Hasatan said about Job. I'll just remove the hedge and I'll make him curse you to your face. Yahuwah like, nah, I know better than that.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's not the good things that I do for him or her that causes her to love me. I got faith that one love me for real. And then here you go in the trial, letting Hashatan make you act a different way. Because we don't understand this. We got the world's expectations. We think we don't supposed to be considered. But Yahuwah is sovereign, so he can consider you whenever he get ready to. And if we knew that his consideration it's really validation. His consideration is validation that he's pleased with you, but he wants to allow you to go through this, whatever this is, so that you can become more pleasing to him, if that makes sense. Like, didn't he say something like, if any tree bring forth fruit, he purge it that it may bring forth more
More
fruit?
fruit.
So Yahuwah can be pleased with you, but then he'll purge you so he can be more pleased with you. He'll literally let you go through something that's going to make you even more pleasing in his sight, more valuable in his sight. I love this goal, but I would like it a lot better, love it a lot better if it was refined. Yeah, it's raw gold, it's valuable, but how much more valuable is it going to be to me once I let it go through the process?
Mm-hmm.
Fiery trials process you. So don't think it's strange as though some strange thing that happened to you. No. This is part of the process. I remember we had the Most High was showing me, and this how far this stuff go back. Remember he had me, I'm talking about I was still in church when I was talking about it's something about the fire.
Uh-huh.
You gotta fight fire with fire. You gotta fight the fire of your trial that's trying you and refining you with Yahuwah, who is a consuming fire. And that's why I was saying Yahuwah been teaching me this stuff like really my whole life. That's just being honest. He been trying to teach us this stuff our whole life. And you got to ask yourself, Sister Shonda, why he started dealing with me when I was very young? Why was he dealing with me? Oh, he been considering you. You know how long he been considering you? He said, I knew you while you was in your
Mother's womb.
before you was in your mother's womb. See what I'm saying? Like it's interesting when Yahuwah allow you to pull the curtain back and see what this really is. Like what this has been. And you've been chosen to be able to see it and understand it because to you is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom. But somebody else who can't be considered for this, they'll never know what you know. You'll never know what it's like to be able to go through whatever and still be able to turn and worship Yahuwah and know that he's greater than whatever it is you're dealing with. And that really nothing else matters. It don't matter if you do it. It don't matter if you don't do it, y'all. You are my great and exceeding reward. So
Yeah.
if the blessing come, hallelujah for that. If the blessing don't come, hallelujah for that. But I
Hallelujah,
got the blessing.
anyhow.
You know, that's what I'm like. That's the revelation.
Yes, yes.
See how much greater it is to be able to surrender what you want and what you thought and your expectations, and then be able to get to a point of being able to see, not my will, put your will be done.
Your will be done.
You cut from the cloth of Yahusha when you can do that. Just saying. See, Yahusha got children out here. Yahusha got children? Yeah, he didn't have natural born children. He got Ruaka born children. You know, those that have been born again.
Born
Born
again.
again in
Yeah.
what? His seed. His seed, yeah. His word. His word, yeah. His spirit. These words speak out unto you. They are spirit and they are life. To as many as received him, receive what? His word. What's his
Word.
word? His seed. To
Seed.
as many as received him, to them gave he the power to become sons of Allah. So he wasn't just the son of Allah, but through the son of Allah, you can become sons and daughters of Allah. Yep. That's the book. Go read it. But the revelation is it takes suffering to get you to that. Then the Bible says something about it behooved him to suffer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it behooved him to suffer, I guess it's just gonna behoove you to suffer as well. And I'm starting to come into understanding why it is that I'm always talking about suffering. You think I just want to be talking about that? No. But I'm just learning from what it is and what it's been. And I'm seeing that, oh, if you're a person that can suffer, it's easy to reign. It's easy to reign after that. If you can suffer, what can defeat you? That's the true revelation to all of this. What can defeat a person who is built to be able to suffer?
Nothing can defeat him.
Because what you gonna do? You gonna make me suffer? I'm built for it.
Right.
What, you gonna take something from me? I wouldn't attach to that, no way. What can you
Right.
do to a person who is only attached to Yahuwah, who only see Yahuwah as their great and exceeding reward? It's no way to destroy that person because the more you destroy that person, the more pure and the more refined that person becomes, the more valuable that person becomes in the sight of Yahuwah. So a person who can master suffering, a person who can see the beauty in suffering, how can you defeat them?
Can't.
That's the revelation. That's what this whole thing. Everybody want to reign. Everybody want to, like, you know what I'm saying? But you're not worthy to reign, and that's why your reigning is just going to be temporary, because you was never willing to forsake your concept and your expectations of reigning to come to the supper. What's the supper? Suffering.
So
How you know it's suffering? Well, the supper is suffering because Yahusha talked about this cup. I know what I'm saying. Yahusha talked about this cup. His disciples was like, Master, when you come into your kingdom, yeah, make sure that me and my brother can stand on your right side and your left side. Yahusha was like, you sure you want that? Can you drink this cup? This cup I'm gonna drink? What cup? The cup that's at the supper. What's in the cup? Suffering.
suffering.
Only those that can suffer can reign. That's why he said, those that suffer with him shall also
Reign
reign.
with him.
But we don't want to suffer, but we want to reign. If you can't successfully suffer, you can't righteously reign. You're not worthy to reign. It wouldn't be righteous to let you reign. You have not suffered. Okay, watch this. I'm going to show it to you in the natural. They got this thing called stolen valor. What's stolen valor? Stolen valor is when you want to put on the uniform of a person who is you want to impersonate a person that's been in the military, a person who has the honor of this wearing this different rank and this different medals. You got a medal of honor, you got a Purple Heart, you got this and that on your what is it, your lapel or whatever the front of your jacket is. You know them jackets they wear with all them different ranks and medals and stripes and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Medals and
stolen
pins and
valor
stuff.
when you put that stuff on, but you ain't even been through the suffering of boot camp. You ain't been through none of the stuff that a soldier. Remember, the Bible said, "Endure hardness as a good soldier." But you done stole some valor out here. You acting like you a mighty man of valor, and you ain't been through nothing. You ain't been through no suffering. You ain't been through no training. You ain't been through the rigors of, you know what I'm saying? Yahuwah is taking us through the rigors of this life so that by the time you come out, why you think he give you a robe? Why you think he give you a different outfit than the other people who didn't go through that? You literally have to go through, this life is like boot camp. This life is like going through different obstacles. Don't they have what in boot camp? Don't they got what's called an obstacle course?
Course.
You
Yep.
gotta run and pull yourself up this rope. You gotta jump over this wall. Didn't David say something about I can run through a troop and leap over a wall? You gotta be able to like go through these obstacles, and then literally you gotta crawl in the mud. That's humility. I don't want to be on my own a base. You have to crawl through the mud, and you know what I'm saying. You even seen how they be crawling on the ground and all that.
Under the wire and stuff and the mud.
Yeah, because you being considered to see if you can be a actual soldier. But we can't just trust you as a soldier until we put you through you being a private. You got to go through this boot camp. Yeah, you want to be an officer, but you can't skip being the private stage. And it's the same thing with us in this life. Like, you can't skip steps. You got to go through this. But the more
Mhm.
you go through, the more it's supposed to be developing you and maturing you. When you first got into boot camp, you was out here unfit to do anything. You wasn't fit to lead. You wasn't, you know what I'm saying? You wasn't none of that. But now, because you done went through however long boot camp is, and then you done went into the training stages, because here's what boot camp do. Boot camp weed a lot of people out.
Yes.
Boot camp weeds a lot of people out. I thought I wanted to be a soldier until I saw the life of a soldier, until I saw what being a soldier was going to be like. Oh, a soldier got to be disciplined? Nah, I go find me something else to do. You know what I'm saying? And my point is, this is what Yahushua was doing with his disciples. He took them through boot camp. He literally said that they was with him through in his passions and basically through his suffering and through all the different stuff that he went through. And then he turned around and told them, if they do it to me, they're gonna do it to y'all. And you still had to be able to follow him after you just seen what happened to him.
Mhm.
Put that in perspective. If you've been following, okay, watch it. Just let's say you've been following me, and then you see me get executed or something. You're gonna have a real serious you're gonna have a real serious decision to make on whether or not you're gonna still keep on, you know what I'm saying, follow me, or is you gonna act like you ain't never had no association with me? Like if the government was to come right now, do you know this person? Was you on these lives and on these Shabbats with this person? If you ain't committed, not even to me, if you ain't committed to righteousness, you're gonna be like, I ain't never known. Who? Nah. Yeah, but we got you right here. We got your face on the thing.
That's your
Yeah.
face on the thing. We got the.
I didn't really believe that. Like you'll try to separate or distance yourself, and now you can see why when they was. That's exactly what happened with Peter now. Like, yeah, we've been following him around, and it's cool and all. We've been looking at him, learning the word from him. We've been learning and seeing different miracles he done did. But now he about to be he on death row. He's set to be crucified. You want that to happen to you? When you following him? And that's now you can see why Peter had the response that he had. He was like, nah, I don't know him. He denied him 3 times. He was like, I don't know him. And it show you how it really was, because when none of that wasn't happening, Peter was gung ho. He was like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm willing to even die with you. Well, it's time to die now, Peter. Let's die.
Mhm.
But that sound good. And I'm not downing Peter, because you got to remember, this is what I'm talking about. He was still not converted. He had not been born again. But like I said, in order to be born again, you got to also be able to die, because the birth and the death is simultaneous. You're going to have to be able to die out to that old you. And with dying out to that old you come dying out to them old expectations, the stuff we learned our whole life. Like, you go to school, you go to college, and then you get you a good job, you get you a nice house, you get this and you get that, and we got it all mapped out, all planned out. But what happened when stuff don't go according to them plans? That's when we start acting weird and start acting different and start being frustrated and all like that. And I'm not saying it's not good to have a plan. I'm not saying it's anything wrong with having a house or wanting a house or having any of this stuff, or wanting a nice car, or wanting to be married, or wanting this and all that's great. But if Yahuwah decides something different, what you gonna do?
Right.
Job, watch this. You can have all that and still lose it. Then what? Job did. Job, he went through every category: his health, his children, his substance,
Yeah, his
all the
substance.
stuff he had. He lost all that.
Mm-hmm.
So then what? Let's keep going. It says he kept getting all this bad news. So now he's being considered for his body to be touched and boils and all this other stuff. I ain't finna go through all that. You can read it. So we keep seeing Yahuwah keep bringing up Job to be considered for what? Suffering. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, behold, he is in thine hand, but save his life. So when I talked about this before when I was talking about what happened when a person died. It said when Yahuwah give the decree that a man shall die. So anybody that die, just know it did not catch Yahuwah off guard. Anybody that die, it was decreed to be so. It's facts. So nobody can die and until and unless Yahuwah say that person can die. That's why you seeing right here, Yahuwah is giving Hashatan specific instructions. You can do all this you want to do to him, but you cannot touch his life. If Yahuwah had said you could touch his life, then Job would have been dead. But Yahuwah, he brought it all the way up until that point and was like, okay, you ain't gonna touch his life though. So we see that Yahuwah is the one that decrees these things because he's the supreme authority. He decides who's gonna live and who's gonna die. It's your job to decide how you gonna live and how you gonna die.
Right.
But it ain't up to you whether or not you're gonna live and whether or not you're gonna die. Anyway, let me keep going. It says, so went Satan forth from the presence of Yahuwah and smote Job with sore boils from the sole of his feet to the crown unto his crown. And he took him a potsherd and scraped himself withal, and he sat down among the ashes. Then said his wife unto him, doest thou still retain thine integrity? Curse the Lord and die. This ain't the encouragement. This ain't the influence that I need right now.
Right.
But
Mm-mm.
he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What shall we receive good at the hand of the Lord? And shall we not receive evil? This is something we got to understand. Shall we just get good all the time? Everything we want. You know, Yahuwah be blessing us, and Yahuwah sure enough do be blessing us. But at the same time, when the test come, when the evil come, you ain't gonna receive that too. You know what I'm saying? Like he's sovereign to where when he decided to bless you and he decided to do that thing you want him to do, or do that thing that you didn't even expect him to do, and he did that. What about when he allowed this trial to come? He knew what he was doing when he blessed you with that good thing, right? But don't he still know what he's doing now?
Mm-hmm.
I know I had told my sister she was going through something, and I told her, I said, you know, your problem is you get frustrated because you're not in control. I said,
Mm.
but you got to remember when you're not in control, Yah is always in control, you know.
He is the supreme authority.
And that's why I told her in all things give thanks, because you know he know exactly where we are, where we're going, where we have to stop, where we need to stop and pray a little bit more. So he knows everything about us. So
Indeed.
if he gonna take you to it, he gonna get you through it, you know,
There you go.
because he the one that has control.
There you go. So That's everything. Like we all have a sense of wanting to be in control, but that's what we have to master relinquishing that control. That's what surrender is. That's what submission is. When I can submit and trust Yahuwah enough to where I understand I'm not in control and it's okay.
And it's
Yep,
okay, right?
it's
Right.
okay. I'm not in control and it's okay. That's when we're going to see whether or not I have the faith that I say I have, whether or not I have the confidence that I say I have. That's why I was telling you to cast all your cares on him, for he cares for you. Be careful for nothing. But when it's saying be careful for nothing, it ain't saying don't be cautious. It's saying the stuff that you be caring about and worrying about, don't worry about nothing. Yeah, but this finna get cut up. Okay. What we gonna I mean, what can you do? Yeah, you can do this and you can do that. You can well, you should do this. You should do yeah, you should. And you can. But when you get over there and do that, and then something else happen, you're gonna be in the same spot realizing, oh, I'm not in control. Oh, it don't matter how hard I try. This just what it is. I need to be able to endure with integrity. I need to be able to see, well, why is this? Oh, it's just that's the season that this is that I'm in. I'm just in a season of trial. So it ain't for a lack of not trying. It ain't like, oh, well, you just should have did this and oh, this and this and this. No, no, you can be done tried plenty. Was tried this, won't work. Tried that and won't work. You can try all this different stuff. If your whore is got you in a place, it don't matter what you try. You might as well go ahead and accept the fact and acknowledge this. I'm just not in control. But Yahuwah is.
Yes, he is.
So blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Though he slay me, yet will I trust him. I don't really know what he doing or why he doing what he doing, but I trust him. He might just be considering me for the suffering. He might just be considering me for the trial because he considered me worthy enough to go through it because he know he can get some glory through me. Look at the question she asked him. Will you retain your integrity? That's what this whole thing is about. Can you endure with integrity? It's not what you go through, it's how you go through it. Can you go through it with integrity? Or do you go through it murmuring and complaining and all of that? I said this week and it just popped back up into my mind, but I was talking about something totally different. I was talking about a situation where I was angry because my pride was hurt because of how a brother on the bus talked to me, and I felt like I should let him know that you don't need to be don't play yourself like that, talking to me crazy as if you know what I'm saying. But that was only pride. I overcame it, but my flesh was hurting. I suffered. Like I really wanted to like protect my pride. I wanted to like you know what I'm saying, but I lost in terms of the flesh because the flesh was like, you know what I mean, you don't let nobody talk to you like that. You let them know you don't do but in the Ruach I won because I was able to overcome the flesh, you know what I mean, and not act according to how the flesh wanted me to act. But I said that to say the verse that helped me at that time, and it's been years ago, but it helped me where it was talking about he that can keep his own spirit is better than one that can take a whole city. He that can keep his composure, keep himself in check, and do it with integrity is better than one that can take a whole city. So one that can take a whole city is the one that can conquer what's outside of himself. But he that can keep his own spirit is the one that can conquer what's in himself. That applied to that night when I was disrespected, basically, and I wanted to, you know, throw some hands. But that also applies to when you're going through circumstances that you go through. You be
Yep.
wanting to get depressed and down and mad and angry and all this range of emotions. But he that can keep his own spirit, his composure, her composure, is better than one that can take a whole city. The one that can endure with integrity is better. The one that can endure it with integrity is very valuable in the sight of Yahuwah. And the one that can endure with integrity ain't just valuable in the sight of Yahuwah, but Yahuwah literally considers you not just for the trial, not just for the test, but he also considers you for the greater thing, the thing that other people who can't be considered for the test and the trial, they can't be considered for what you consider for. They cannot be considered for the kingdom. They cannot be considered to reign. They cannot be considered for the glory and the honor that Yahuwah has for those that glorify and honor him. See, seed time and harvest. You reap what you sow. Do you know there's a glory for even you?
Yes.
Yes. Those that glorify Yahuwah will be glorified. You can go read it. I ain't got time to get you the verses. You can go search it out. Is it a glory? Did he say anything about us receiving glory? Go read it. So my point is, we just got to change our expectation because, like I was saying from the beginning, if you expect just because you trying to do what's right, everything just supposed to work out right for you, that ain't it. That ain't the expectation we should have. We should expect trials to come, especially if you're trying to do what's right. Anyway, let's keep going. Now, when Job's three friends heard of all the evil that was come upon him, they came everyone from his own place, Eliphaz and the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Namathite, for they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with him and to comfort him. And when they lifted up their eyes afar off and knew him not, they couldn't recognize him, they lifted up their voice and wept. And they rent everyone his mantle and sprinkled dust upon their heads towards heaven. And they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. So we seeing the friends of Job coming supposedly to mourn with him and to comfort him, but if you read what they said when they got there, they really began to almost like interrogate him and accuse him of doing something wrong, and that being the reason why all this stuff is coming on him. I ain't got time to take you through each one of them, Eliphaz and Bildad and Zophar, all of what they had to say. You can go read that. But and then you had Job responses. And then finally you had Job talking to the Most High. This is a beautiful story. If you can really digest it and get an understanding of it. But anyway, I'm just gonna kind of fast track you through a couple things. So let's go through it. Somebody want to read Job 12 and 1 through 10.
It
And
said,
Job answered and said, No doubt, but ye no doubt, but ye are the people and wisdom. He responded to what they said. He said, and Job answered and said, No doubt, but ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you. In other words, y'all got all the wisdom. He being sarcastic. But I have understanding as well as you, and I am not inferior to you. You know what I'm saying? He telling them about, you know what I'm saying, like, remember, you remember who I am? I ain't just, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't act like I'm just out here just, you know what I'm saying, like with less understanding than y'all. Like, I'm still Job. And what you're gonna find out is um Job was one of the advisors to Pharaoh during, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but during the time of Moses. Yep. Job and Moses was in the same time period. But I'm gonna hold it. Yeah. You're gonna see why that's important in a second. Well, maybe a couple seconds, but let me keep going. But I have understanding as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Yea, who know of who know of not such things as thee? Like, who don't know what you know? I am as one, or I am as one mocked of his neighbor who calleth upon the Lord, and he answereth him. The just upright man is laughed to scorn. He that is ready to slip with his feet is as a lamp despised in the thought of him that is at ease. The tabernacle of robbers prosper, and they that provoke allure are secure. You see what he's saying? Like, the people who ain't righteous, they good. They ain't going through nothing. They prospering, they secure. But I'm somebody that's striving to be righteous, and I'm mocked. I'm the one that's laughed to scorn. Like, people coming in and mocking me and acting like it's something I did as to why I'm going through what I'm going through. But anyway, he says, they provoke a Lord and are secure, into whose hand a Lord bringeth abundantly. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee, or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fish of the sea shall declare unto thee, who knoweth not in all these that the hand of the Lord have wrought this the working of Yahuwah, in whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the breath of all mankind. So he's showing you that Yahuwah is supreme. He is sovereign. Yahuwah can do what he want to do. But let me keep going. Do not the ears, doeth not the ear try words, and the mouth taste his meat? With the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days understanding. With him is wisdom and strength. He have counsel and understanding. Behold, he breaketh down, and it cannot be built again. He shutteth up a man, and there can no man open. Behold, he withholdeth the waters, and they dry up. Also, he sendeth them out, and they overturn the earth. Let me keep going. With his strength, let me see. Okay, here it is. With his strength is with him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his. He leadeth counselors away spoiled, and maketh the judges fools. He looseth the bond of kings, and girdeth their loins with a girdle. I ain't got time to break down everything he's saying, but he's showing you how powerful Yahuwah is. He looseth the bonds of kings. A king can put you in bonds, and Yahuwah loose them, which we've seen this happen multiple times throughout the Bible. And then he turned around and girded their loins with a girdle. He bound the king. He loosed the bonds of the king, who done bound other people, and then he'll bind the king. Anyway, he's showing you how sovereign and supreme Yahuwah is. He leadeth princes away spoiled, and overthrow the mighty. He removeth away the speech of the trusty, and taketh away the understanding of the age. He poureth contempt upon princes, and weakeneth the strength of the mighty. He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth out to light the shadow of death. He increaseth the nations like Babylon, like Egypt, and like Rome, and like America. He increaseth the nations and destroyeth them. He enlargeth the nations and straighten them again. Watch this. You're going to see why I said like Egypt and some of these other places. He take away the heart of the chief people of the earth. Who is that? And causes them to wander in a wilderness where there is no way.
Yeah, like Nebuchadnezzar.
He taketh away the heart of the chief people of the earth.
The rulers, the leaders,
or like Israel, who he allowed to wander in the wilderness where there is no way. They grope in the dark without light. In other words, they blind. Didn't Deuteronomy say they shall grope about at noonday?
Okay.
He maketh them to stagger like a mountain, like a drunken man, and so on and so forth. But anyway, let's keep going. Job 13. Lo, mine eye have seen it, seen all this. Mine ear have heard and understood it. What ye know, the same do I know also. I am not inferior unto you. Surely I would speak to the Almighty and desire the reason with allure. But ye are forgers of lies. Ye are all physicians of no value. Oh, that you would altogether hold your peace, and it should be your wisdom. It'll be wise for you to just be quiet. Hear now my reasoning, and hearken to the pleadings of my lips. Will ye speak wickedly for a lure, and talk deceitfully for him? Will ye accept his person? Will you contend for a lure? It is good that he should search you out, or as one man mocketh another, do you so mock him. He will surely reprove you. He tell him, look, he gonna reprove you. If you do secretly accept persons, shall not his excellency make you afraid, and his dread fall upon you? Your remembrances are like unto ashes, your bodies to bodies of clay. Hold your peace, let me alone. You need to leave me alone, that I may speak, and let come on me what will. Like, his friends was really getting on his nerves at this point with their accusations and their interrogation, trying to like, Joe, what did you do? Surely all this thing came on you for a reason. Just what did you do? The revelation is you don't have to do nothing. You can just do what's right, and it's still a calm. Because Yahuwah is sovereign. Shall not his excellency make you afraid? Okay, I read that. Wherefore do you take my flesh in? Do I take my flesh in my teeth and put my life in my hand? Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. But I will maintain mine own ways before him. In other words, I'm gonna keep myself. I'm not gonna allow myself to get crazy and act all. No, he that keepeth his own spirit is better than him that can take a whole city. He's saying, I'm a maintain my own ways before him. He also shall be my salvation, for an hypocrite shall not come before him. So Job basically saying, I'm still do what I'm supposed to do, even though all this is coming on me and I'm afflicted, and y'all think it's my fault or whatever. I'm still gonna, continue to do what's right. Somebody want to read verse 17.
Hear diligently my speech and my declaration with your ears. Behold, now I have ordered my cause. I know that I shall be justified.
This is what you got to know when you're going through these type of tests and these type of trials. This is what you got to continue to remind yourself of. I shall be justified. Keep going.
Who is he that will deal with me? For now, if I hold my tongue, I shall give up the ghost. Only do not two things unto me. Then will I not hide myself from thee. Withdraw thine hand far from me, and let not thy dread make me afraid. Then call thou, and I will answer, or let me speak, and answer thou me. How many are mine iniquities and sins? Make me to know my transgression and my sin. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and holdest me from thine enemy?
Holdest me for thine enemy. So you treat me like your enemy. Keep going.
Wilt thou break a leaf driven to and fro? And wilt thou pursue wilt thou pursue the dry stubble? For thou writest bitter things against me, and makest me to possess the iniquities of my youth. Thou puttest my feet also in the stocks, and lookest narrowly unto all my paths. Thou settest a print upon the heels of my feet, and he, as a rotten thing, consumeth as a garment that is moth eaten.
Then Job. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's the
That's
end of it.
chapter.
So you seeing kind of what the conversation was between him. We didn't really read his friends what they were saying, but we was reading Job, some of his responses to it. Um, let's look at Job, the last chapter of Job. Some very interesting things in this. Then Job answered Elul and said, I know that thou canst do everything, and that no thought can be withholden from thee. Who is he that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore, in other words, without anybody knowing it. Therefore have I uttered that I understood not, things too wonderful for me, which I knew not. I hear I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eyes see of thee. Wherefore I abhor myself and repent in dust and in ashes. And it was so that after Yahuwah had spoken these words unto Job, Yahuwah said to Eliphaz, watch this, the Temanite, this the first friend that it told us about, that basically was with the other ones as they went to go and talk to Job. They done made an appointment to go and talk to Job and supposedly comfort him and mourn or whatever. It says, this is what Yahuwah told Eliphaz the Temanite. My wrath is kindled against thee. Who knew that Yahuwah got mad at Job's 3 friends? He said, my wrath is kindled against thee and against thy 2 friends. For ye have not spoken of me. The stuff y'all was saying, the accusations y'all was bringing against Job, y'all didn't speak that of me. Spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath. No matter what you go through, you got to keep talking right. Because out of the abundance of the heart, doeth the mouth speak. You snared by the words of your mouth. Don't let the trials that you're going through cause you to start talking crazy. He said, as my servant Job hath, therefore take unto you now 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job and offer up for yourselves a burnt offering, and my servant Job shall pray for you, for him will I accept. So Job had to be their priest.
Yep.
Does it sound familiar? The one who can suffer is the one that's going to end up being the priest to as you see, to Job's friends. But it was the same thing that you saw with Yahusha. Yahusha was the one that was able to suffer, and then they was mocking him, talking about, oh, he saved others, let him come down and save himself, and all this stuff they were saying. And Yahusha had to pray for them. He said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. He was on the cross and still being a priest for them, still praying for them. Anyway, it says, and him will I accept. Like, Yahuwah literally made them have to go and sacrifice for all of this that they was doing back and forth with Job. You really should go back and read this whole story, because it's so much interesting stuff in this, and it's a lot that you see. Like, we even read the story of Job, but we have, at least I never got as much as I'm getting now, and I have to continually come back to this story. Matter of fact, I think I've been talking about this story for like 2 years now. I mean, back and forth on talking about Job or whatever. But anyway, it says, him will I accept, least I deal with you after your folly. In other words, you seen what I just did to Job, a righteous man. You really want to play with me? Least I deal with you after your folly, and in that you have spoken of me the thing which is right, like my servant Job. Job said spoke righteously, but his friends did not. So Eliphaz the Temanite and Bildad the Shuhite and Zophar the Naamathite went and did according as Yahuwah commanded them. I know they did. Yahuwah also accepted Job, and Yahuwah turned the captivity of Job. Watch this. When he prayed for his friends, when he made it through the suffering and still was able to function as a priest. The reason this is important, because he started out functioning as a priest with his children. Remember, he was sacrificing burnt offerings for his children, because it may be that they had sinned against the Lord in their heart. That's how we was introduced to Job, him functioning after the order of a priest. And then as he was able to maintain his integrity and continue to suffer and still function as a priest and pray for his friends, watch this. That's when Yahuwah turned his captivity. That's when Yahuwah turned what he was going through. Also, Yahuwah gave Job twice as much, excuse me, gave Job twice as much as he had before. Then came there unto him all his brethren and all his sisters, where they was at when he was suffering. Then came unto him all his brethren and all his sisters, and all they that had been of his acquaintance before. Keyword acquaintance. Keyword acquaintance. Watch it. It said that had been of his acquaintance before, and did eat bread with him in his house, and they bemoaned him and comforted him over all the evil that Yahuwah had brought. Before somebody else comfort you, I done learned you're gonna have to be able to comfort yourself. You're gonna have to be able, before somebody else encourage you, you're gonna have to be able to be encouraged by yourself. Can you encourage yourself? You don't need to. Because if you waiting on your friends to do it, you seen what Job friends was coming with. If you waiting on your family members to do it, I'm just saying, you're gonna be waiting. So you're gonna have to be able to comfort and encourage yourself. And then what it said, then they came and comforted him over the evil that Allah had brought upon him. Every man also gave him a piece of money, and everyone an earring of gold. Bringing the gold to the gold. So Yahuwah blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning, for he had 14,000 sheep and 6,000 camels and 1,000 yoke of oxen and 1,000 she asses. Watch this. And he called the name of the first Jemima, and the name of the second Keziah, and the name of the third Corinne Hapeth, or Hapeth. in all the land were no women found. So we know this talking about the daughters. This is the name of his daughters. It didn't give us the name of the sons, but he gave us the name of his 3 daughters. And in all the land there were no women found so fair as the daughters of Job, and their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. After this lived Job 140 years, and saw his sons and his sons' sons, even 4 generations. So Job died being old, full of days. Now, Job's 3 daughters. Anybody remember it? Or is this name Jemima familiar to anybody? It's ironic that Jemima is
Yep. Oh, yep.
an Israelite woman, has been known as Jemima for years, and we didn't even know this was in the Bible. Let me go back.
Jemima. Yep.
Jemima. It's in your Bible. You just saw it. In Hebrew, the word Jemima means dove, or she who is as beautiful as the daylight sun. Keziah, Keziah, means restored to the heart of Allah, or beautiful one of Yah. Remember, his daughters was known for their fair beauty, so their name reflect as such. Corinne Hapa means horn of beauty, or child of beauty. So all of Job's daughter names reflected in some way, um, the beauty that who had given them. So, like I said, Aunt Jemima, Job daughter's name, one of his daughters was named Jemima or Jemima. We've been saying it wrong all these years too. Aunt Jemima. It's Aunt Jemima. Nevertheless, let's keep going. So, question: when did the story of Job take place? I already told you uh, earlier because I'm the king of getting ahead of myself. But I told you um, it took place according to the Book of Jasher. Um, it took place during the time of um, Moses now, and during it, I don't know if I don't think we're gonna have time to read Jasher um, 66 through 69, I think. But it's a lot of good information you find out in there. You find out that Job, the way that we know Job was also in the time of Moses is because he was during the time of Balaam. Balaam was also one of Pharaoh's advisors. Remember, King Balak called for who? Balaam to come down there and curse Israel when they
Mm-hmm.
came out of Egypt. So this
Oh,
was around the same time period. Um, so the story of Job was somewhere around that time period. Job was in that time. Um, Jethro, Job, and Balaam, all three of them was Pharaoh's advisors. I ain't got time to say too much more than that right now. We might cover that in another lesson. Why is Job relevant to us today? Well, because Job was set in the time of Moses and them. What big event happened during the time of Moses? It's a couple of them, but it's
when he
one in
when
particular.
he was the deliverer of the children of Israel out of Egypt.
There you go. So Moses was used to deliver the children of Israel from Egypt. But when they got delivered from Egypt, where did they go?
the
They went
wilderness.
into the wilderness.
They went into the place of trial. They went into the wilderness. And what Yahuwah was showing me is because how is this connected? I knew it was connected in some way, but I didn't know really, like, I just could feel that it was connected, but I didn't realize this is why it's important to understand that Job is um was during the time around the time of Moses, because Moses was during the time when the children of Israel was finna have to come out of their comfort, out of the comfortable captivity, and go into the wilderness, where they was gonna be what? Proven. They was gonna be tried. So these Job experiences we be dealing with on a daily basis, it's preparing us for where we finna get ready to go. It's preparing
Yes.
us to be able to make it into the kingdom, because the murmurers and complainers can't make it. The people who get distraught at something not happening or not working the way they want it to work, them people not gonna make it through the wilderness.
You
But
know,
go ahead.
I was just thinking how the Bible always tells us there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
And Moses had to bring the children of Israel out of Egypt into the wilderness. Job had to get Job had to go into the wilderness, and even us now in this day and time, we're gonna have to go back to the wilderness. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go.
So it's like it's not changing, but all of the ones that have been before us should teach us how to endure the wilderness.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that we
These
may
things was written for our what? Learning.
for our
Learning.
learning.
Why we
For our
reading
learning.
about and learning about people who went through trials and went through suffering? Because you're gonna suffer.
You're gonna have to go through it. And then like you were saying how Job was a priest
Yes.
for his friends. The Bible tells us if in Peter that we are a royal priesthood, a chosen
See,
vessel. You know what I'm saying? A
I'm
peculiar
telling you,
people.
all this stuff is connected.
All
Go
is
ahead.
connected.
A peculiar people. That means you ain't like everybody else. You different. And that's the thing, like you were saying, Sister Shonda, is and pretty much what I've been saying, we gotta change the way we see this stuff. We gotta change our perspective and we gotta change our expectations. Because if you got Egypt expectations in the wilderness, you ain't gonna make it.
And then even with the rapture,
Yeah.
oh, we just gonna be in church, go in church, still do what we want to do, and
You
and
know,
make it in.
you know why the rapture is so easy to believe? Because it causes you to escape having to suffer. I don't want
Right,
to go through
right.
the great tribulation. I don't want to go through nothing. First of all, Israel been going through tribulation this whole time. Israel been going through its own trouble and tribulation. This is what the Bible be calling Jacob's trouble. People looking for Jacob's trouble to start, but Jacob's trouble is what Jacob has been going through all this time. Now, there is trouble coming. There is a great tribulation coming on the world, but Jacob's supposed to already be conditioned for this. You supposed to already be built to make it through.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm. The trials, the troubles.
I guess it went off.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay then. I guess I'll try to come back in when they come back in, okay?
All right.
Mhm.
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my internet keep going in and out. I'm using my mobile hotspot, trying to get through this. Our power went out. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't know what happened to everybody else. Maybe they'll be come back. What you did to come back, Sister Shannon?
I just went back to the original
Link?
text you sent.
Okay. Um, yeah, I guess they're gonna have to go back. Let me let them know to go back to that original link. But see, this is the stuff I be talking about, though. You have to be able to just continue to persevere through
right?
the whatever it is you're gonna have to go through. I
Because
mean,
you're not gonna be exempt from going through it,
you're not. You
and
definitely not.
that's what we've been taught. You know, oh, we're gonna escape the great tribulation. Oh, the church gonna be caught away and all that kind of stuff. But that's just not logical.
It's definitely not. And I mean, it really says a lot about us that you think you're gonna all these people had to go through something, but
Something.
you're not.
Oh,
You ain't gonna have
at
to go
the
through
end, you're
nothing.
not gonna go through nothing because you really live for y'all. No, no.
Right. Yeah. So that's that's like I said, this is what the Most High been showing me. And if you really think about it, for us to be getting this understanding now is the ultimate blessing.
Right,
Because if you,
right,
like I said, if you can master suffering, what can defeat you? What can
right.
anybody
Nothing.
do to a person who know how to suffer
Right,
and still, you know what I mean, able to thrive in the midst of it?
right.
Like,
And and it also even with it'll teach you how to keep fear down. You know what I'm saying? And put
right,
fear in its rightful place, because you
right,
don't have time to fear when you have faith and you trusting in Yahuwah's will for your life, because you're gonna
mm-hmm.
have to go through something. But if you're fearing about what you got to go through, it's just not gonna. It's not. You're not gonna make it through it.
Nah, you ain't gonna make it. And that's the thing. Like I was saying, you basically become immune to defeat when
Right.
you know how to suffer in spite of whatever it is you're going through. You still able to endure through that. Like at that point, what can shake you? What can move you?
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? And that's really a powerful thing when you think about it.
Yes,
Like, cause we
indeed.
gonna have to go through the place of trial, go through the wilderness, like, and it's gonna be some people that's out there that ain't gonna be able to endure because they skipped boot camp.
Right. Hey.
Mhm.
We got thrown into the battlefield, but you ain't never go through boot camp. You ain't never go through step one. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna be ill equipped when it comes to dealing with, you know what I'm saying, what we would have to deal with. You know what I mean? We don't know what you might encounter or what you might have to deal with or what uncomfortable situations we might find ourselves in. But if you have um, basically learned how to adapt through losing that worldly expectation that you had in America or Babylon or you know what I mean, how they had in Egypt and all like that. Like when you lose that expectation, now basically you can accept whatever comes because I didn't expect it to turn out good. What I expect is for whatever that comes, I'm gonna cast my cares on Yahuwah,
Right.
and though He slayed me, I'm gonna still trust
Yeah.
Him.
Well,
That's
I
what I
trust him.
expect.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't expect everything to just turn out right just because I did what did right. I expect to do what's right, and whatever Yahuwah allowed to happen from that point on, that's His business. But it's my business what I do as I go through. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Like it ain't what you go through; it's how you go through it.
Right.
Um, and that's the mentality of a soldier. A soldier don't. You ain't much of a soldier when if you on the battlefield, you complaining about I don't want to get down in the mud, but they shooting uphill. You better get down, or else you're gonna be in the mud for once and for all.
Mm-hmm.
Once you
When
fall,
it's
you
all
done.
over.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't duck, you better get down in this mud.
Mm.
Oh, it's nasty down there. Send him
Don't
back.
want to get my hands dirty.
Watch this. I know what I'm saying. Did you know that's why Yahuwah like told Gideon to send some of his soldiers back?
Men's home. Uh-huh.
Send all them ones that just got married. Ain't that the same thing? The same reason why Yahusha had to tell them ones that couldn't come to the oh, I just got married.
Uh-huh.
They
just
couldn't
bought
come.
5 yoke of oxen.
I just bought some land. Look, if your mind is elsewhere,
Elsewhere.
you need to be elsewhere. And once again, this is why people are not going to be able to endure with integrity. They're not going to be able to make it because their mind is elsewhere on other expectations than what you actually dealing with right here, right now. Right now, what you're dealing with right here, right now is what it is. And in that place, you got to be able to worship Yahuwah like Job did. Job turned and worshiped Yahuwah after all this stuff, all this bad stuff happened to him. Like, that's a different response than what most people would have. Most people, if not one thing after another, just one thing happened, they focus on that one thing. They ain't focused on worshiping Yahuwah. They'll totally let that worship Yahuwah stuff go because of whatever this is. But I'm saying let whatever this is go and hold on to worshiping Yahuwah. We'll let go of worshiping Yahuwah and hold on to whatever this problem is. You got to catch that care so you can continue to worship the one who cares for you. You know what I'm saying? But most people, if I don't know how to fix it myself, I can't figure it out, then we start getting perplexed. We start getting distressed. We start getting, and I know what I'm saying. I didn't, man, this stuff goes so deep throughout the scripts. It said, then Paul say, who shall separate us from the love of the Lord? Shall peril, shall distress, shall, he named a whole list. And everything in that list was what's. None of it was a who. You are the only who that can separate you. Only you. Only me. I'm the only one that can separate me from the love of the Lord. So watch it. This is the love of the Lord. Then I think Jude said, keep yourself in the love of the Lord. John told you, this is the love of the Lord. That we what? Keep his commandments. This is the thing that Hashatan is trying to separate us from. Righteousness. He has said, if you go through any displeasurable thing, you're going to turn your back on righteousness. You're going to see that righteousness ain't working. Because look at what I'm going through. That's why I was saying, if you go into it with the expectation that if I do what's right, everything going to work out right for me, you're going to probably, your next thought going to be, well, why I'm still doing righteousness? Why I'm still trying to do right and things ain't working out right, I might as well go and do like everybody else. That's the thought that most people would have. But you got to have the mindset of, regardless of what happened, I'm still going to keep doing what's right.
Right.
Because me doing what's right was not based on these expectations I had. Oh, well, don't Torah say, if you do this and do that, you're supposed to be blessed? Yeah, that's what it say. But you're still going to be tried. You're going to do right, and wrong still going to happen to you. Evil still happen sometimes. And guess what? That's how we know whether or not you're righteous, is if you can do right regardless of what, you know what I'm saying? You're not righteous if, well, I'm just doing what's right so I can get what I want. That ain't righteous. You're not righteous. And the trial is going to separate the ones who's doing right just for what they want versus the ones who's doing right because they're righteous. Righteousness just runs through them. They strive to be righteous. Like, that's a different category of a person. And it's the trial that divide the two. The trials separate and discern who's who. Like you can pretend to be righteous. Oh, as long as everything's going good, I'm gonna just keep. Why wouldn't I? The funny thing is what Hashatan said about Job. It wasn't true for Job, but it's true for somebody.
Mhm.
Hashatan said, "Oh, do he serve you for nothing? Is he out here serving you for nothing? If you remove the hedge from him, he'll curse you to your face. Do you know that's true for some people? It wasn't true for Job. I pray it's not true for you.
Mm-mm.
I pray it's not true for me, but it's true for somebody. There's people turning their back all the time. It's some people that come into the awakening, or come
Wow.
into the faith or whatever, and when they find out what it really is, oh, it's about more than just us reclaiming our royalty and us reclaiming the throne. And no, you're gonna have to reclaim this cross.
Okay.
So you can reclaim the throne, you got to reclaim this cross
Mhm.
and walk with it, because you're not worthy for the throne if you can't bear the cross. Did Yahushua say, "If any man come after me, let him reclaim the throne"? Or did he say, "If any man come after me, let him take up his cross"?
Mhm.
Now himself take up his cross,
See what I'm
follow
saying?
him.
And I'm not, ain't nothing against that movie or nothing like that. That movie is great. It's awesome. It's well done. But before we can get to the back to the throne and back to the, you know what I'm saying, we got to go through this cross. And I like I said, I believe the brothers who put that movie out, I think they got a good understanding of that. So what I'm saying ain't directed towards that. Um, like if it was, you know what I mean, I don't mind saying that, but it's not. Um, but I do think that's something that we all need to understand, because everybody want to reclaim the throne, but nobody really want to understand why we lost it in the first place. We lost
Yeah.
it because we didn't endure with integrity.
Mhm.
That's why we lost the throne. Because when the trial came, we chose to go with the temptation of being like everybody else, you know, those worldly expectations.
Mhm.
We wanted a king like everybody else. We got a king that's greater than everybody else king. But now, we don't want no king like Yahuwah. Now we tired of listening to his prophets and to the people who he used to come and tell us how to endure. We don't want to hear from them. We want us a king like the other nations. Like I said, we always battling these worldly expectations. This is what caused us to have the entitlement of ease. We don't think we're supposed to suffer. We don't think we're supposed to go through nothing.
Mhm.
So these are the lessons from Job before the wilderness. Like I said, Job is set in the time of Moses, and Moses is where we first understand about the first Exodus. Well, the reason that's important is because there's going to be a second Exodus. And you're going to have to be able to take these lessons from Job to do what your ancestors couldn't do. They didn't make it through the wilderness. Only
Mhm.
ones made it was Joshua and Caleb, and those that was under the age of 20.
Mhm.
But we're gonna have to. That I just saw that in a different way. So Joshua and Caleb, because they had another spirit, they made it, and they was the elders, but they had a young group with them. They had a young group under the age of 20 is who went into the promised land.
Mhm.
But beside that young group, they had Joshua and Caleb to instruct them. You see how Yahuwah cut off everything else?
Mhm.
They got another spirit. They're gonna be my instructors of this next group. this young group that went into the promised land that was under the age of 20, except for who? Joshua and Caleb.
That's been Caleb.
Man, that's interesting. So anyway, point is, it's very important for us. Look like our power done came back on. But it's very important for us to be able to master this suffering stuff, because reigning is the easy part. If you can master suffering, then reigning won't be no problem for you. But the problem is we want to reign and we haven't went through the suffering. And watch what Paul said. I want to know him in the fellowship of his suffering and in the power of his resurrection. Notice how the suffering part came first.
Came first.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the reign in the resurrection and go into the kingdom and all this here type of stuff and live eternally until you make it through this suffering. And that's what Yahuwah is trying to prepare us for. And that's why these stories, such as Job and so on and so forth, is so important for us. Because Job passed this test and he left us the blueprint for how we can pass ours. That's the funny thing. Like, look at his response. The blueprint for how to pass and make it through these trials is in the response that you've seen Job have. So now it's about when something happens that is displeasurable in my life, I got to be very careful and cautious to watch my response, because in that is the revelation of who I am. Yahuwah saw the revelation of who they were in their response to the challenges that they faced in the wilderness. Are you going to turn and worship Yahuwah like Job did? Or are you going to murmur and complain like they did? But the revelation of who you are is in your response. Yep. Let's look at this real quick. The suffering servant, Isaiah 52. Somebody want to read.
Isaiah.
Awake, awake, and put on thy strength, O Zion.
O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come unto the uncircumcised, shall no more come into thee, the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust, arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. Sound like the captive daughter of Zion been in captivity and in suffering. That's us, by the way. If you read Joel, you see the same thing. Joel chapter 3. But watch it. It says, for thus saith Yahuwah, ye have sold yourselves for nothing, and ye shall be redeemed without money. For thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there. Remember during the time of Joseph, the famine, then Moses was bringing them out. But it says, went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause. The Assyrian, I thought he was an Egyptian. But remember a Pharaoh that knew not Yahuwah rose up?
Mm-hmm.
Was that Pharaoh an Assyrian? Remember we read in the book of Jasher how Pharaoh, after his army was destroyed, he went and ruled over Nineveh? And I was like, how could he lose one kingdom or lose, Egypt and then go rule in Nineveh? If you look up Nineveh, do you know Nineveh is a part of the Assyrian kingdom? So this is looking like, and I got to do more research on it, but it looked like Pharaoh went back to, he basically went home. He basically went back to where he was from. It looked like the Assyrians some kind of way had taken over Egypt for a time or whatever. I'm not exactly sure on it, but like I said, right here in Isaiah, it's talking about this time, and it says, look at what it said. My people went down aforetime into where? Egypt, to sojourn there. And the Assyrian oppressed them. Who was the Assyrian? Pharaoh. But right here it's calling him the Assyrian. Telling you, this book is something else. It started like you'll start seeing stuff that, wait a minute, over here it said this, and the dots just start connecting. But he said the Assyrian oppressed them without cause. We know what the Pharaoh was doing and what was happening during that time, making them serve with rigor and all this type of stuff. But my point is, in Joshua it said he went back to Nineveh. Well, Nineveh is in Assyria.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all catch it in a second. But anyway, let's keep going. Now, therefore, what have I here, saith Yahuwah, that my people is taken away for naught? They that rule over them make them to howl. You know you got to be suffering when you start howling. Saith
Yep.
Yahuwah, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. Therefore, my people shall know my name. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, and bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, and saith unto Zion, thy allure reigneth. If your allure is reigning, you gonna reign as well, but you ain't gonna reign before you suffer. And I'm gonna show you that in a second. That thy allure reigneth, thy watchmen shall lift up the voice. With the voice together shall they sing, for they shall see eye to eye. When Yahuwah shall bring again Zion, break forth into joy, sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem, for Yahuwah have comforted his people. What you need to be comforted for? Because you've been suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Yahuwah have to give us a comforter? Because he knew you was going to go through some
Suffering.
He says, he have redeemed Jerusalem. Yahuwah have made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations. That means he rolled up his sleeve, he was doing some work. And all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of Allure, of our Allure, rather. And that's important because when they say they're going to see the salvation, they're going to see the salvation that he wrought for Israel. That's important. Depart ye, go ye out from thence. Touch no unclean thing. Go ye out of the midst of her, but go out of the midst of her. Be ye clean, that bear the vessels of allure. That's you. It ain't just the priestly vessels or whatever. No, we at this time when we're returning, we don't even know nothing really about that. You are the vessels. Be ye clean. Remember, in a great house, there are some vessels, there's vessels of honor and vessels of dishonor. That's a picture of Israel. We got some honorable vessels amongst us. And then we got some dishonorable vessels that's amongst us. Those dishonorable vessels that's amongst us, they're going to come into the wilderness and they're going to be broken.
Yep.
Yahuwah is going to save the honorable vessels. Oh my goodness. He talked about those ones that could be tried. Like some people is just wood, hay, and stubble. But some people is silver and gold. Yahuwah is literally going to try you to see what type of material are you.
Yes.
And depending on how you can endure the fire is going to prove what you are. So watch it. Look at hay. Put it in the fire and see can it endure it. Of course not. Take some gold. Put it in the fire. And it has a different. What's the difference between hay and gold? The same thing. They got to go through the same fire.
Mm-hmm.
They have, watch it, the revelation of who you are is seen when you go through the trial. So you telling me the fire reveals who you are, what you are, what type of material you are? Are you wood, hay, that can just only be burnt by the fire? Or are you gold, silver, that when it go through the fire, it what has a different response?
Uh-huh.
The fire reveals that this right here can endure.
Uh-huh.
This right here can be purified. It can be more valuable after it's gone through the fire than when it's
Yup.
new. Wood, hay, and stubble. Wood it has a value. Hay has a value, but after it go through the fire, it's just ashes.
It's
No
ashes. That's
value.
all.
The only value that wood, hay, and stubble have is it can get the fire hot enough to purify the gold and the silver.
Yep.
Do you know you got people around you just like that? They just wood, hay, and stubble. They just there to get the fire hot enough to purify you.
Mm-hmm.
They just there to create arguments and confusion and drama and all this here for you until you adapt and become more or become greater, become purified through
Mm-hmm.
that. At some point, you're just gonna be done. At some point, you're just gonna tell them to go their way because it's nowhere else for this to go. Like I done got pretty much everything I can get out of this, and now I'm done. I'm basically ascended beyond this. I no longer care whether you do right or do or whatever, don't do right, whatever. I'm to a point to where I'm free of that. And I'm talking about these relationships that we be crying about and holding on to and wishing would be this and that, and it ain't gonna be that. That relationship was just wood, hay, and stubble. It's what you needed to be purified, to be refined.
Mm-hmm.
Just what it is. So let's keep going. It says, I left off on better vessels of Yahuwah, for ye shall not go out with haste. See, now this sound like you ain't gonna be running, oh, I'm running for my life and all. Now he said, you will not go out in haste, nor by flight, for Yahuwah will go before you, and Yahuwah of Israel, or the Allah of Israel, will be your reward, your reward. Um, Behold, my servant shall deal prudently; he shall be exalted in his soul and be very high. As many were astonished at thee, his visage was so marred more than any man. We know this is Yahusha. They beat him to a bloody pulp. He had to suffer. I told
Mm-hmm.
you. Verse right here, it says, thy king reigneth. I mean, thy allure reigneth. But like I told you, the suffering got to come first. So he reigned so you can reign because he your king. You his people. But just like he had to suffer, people had to suffer too. And only those that can make it through the suffering will be worthy to make it into the kingdom, will be worthy to reign. If you can't successfully suffer, you cannot righteously reign. It's not right for you to reign. You're not worthy of it. It says, behold, my servant shall, okay, his visage was so more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. So shall he sprinkle many nations. The kings shall shut their mouths at him, for they have had not been, for they which had not been told them shall they see, for that which they had not been told shall they see, and they which, oh my goodness, and they and that which they had not heard shall they consider. Chapter 53. Who have believed our report? That's what I'm asking right now. Who believed this report? Who really believe this, that Yahuwah will allow you to suffer and go through in order to process you and
Yes.
cause you to be greater than what you are in his.
Mm-hmm.
I know you got expectations for greatness, but Yahuwah got a process to get you to greatness, the greatness that's in his sight, that you don't know nothing about. You didn't know that the process for the greatness that Yahuwah got for you was going to come through suffering. That's the process. As we understand that it behooves us to suffer. In other words, it's in our best interest. It's what causes
Yeah.
us to learn the obedience that we need so that we can be able to please Yahuwah. Yeah, it's what causes us to become more valuable in His sight, because it ain't a whole lot of Sister Shundas around. That mean that if you find a diamond laying on the sidewalk and you come out the house, and this ain't no cubic zirconia, this a real diamond. You know
Real
how rare
down.
that is, because you don't go outside and just find real diamonds everywhere laying around. That's
No.
Right, right.
No.
so. Oh my goodness, it's the same thing with us. Do you know, if you a person that can suffer, you like a diamond to Yahuwah? You don't find that everywhere. That's why you
No.
consider it. Have you considered my servant Job? Why are you considering it? Because he's rare. He
And
ain't,
Uh-huh.
even a diamond got to go through the pressure before it becomes a diamond.
see, watch it. It's the pressure that makes it a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's the process of the pressure that makes this diamond a diamond. And because it has gone through that pressure is what makes it valuable.
Valuable. Yep.
Watch this. This is what makes a diamond be able to cut other material, whereas other material can't cut that diamond.
Uh-uh.
Actually, to my knowledge, it take a diamond to cut a diamond. You know, iron
Yep.
sharpen iron.
Yep. Because
Like it
anything
take that
can't cut
same
no diamond.
material, because a lesser material really can't do nothing with it.
Nope.
And we got to go through so much trial, so much pressure, so much stuff to where you become hardened like a diamond. And now, really can't nothing else really do nothing with you.
Uh-uh.
Like, you get to a point to where, like, it'd be frustrating for some people because they didn't seen you become hardened through the process of pressure and suffering, and they wondering why you not responding the way I think you ought to respond.
Yep.
It ain't
Mhm.
because it ain't, I'm not aware of what it is. It's just that I've been hardened to a point to where I don't have them same expectations no more. I used to have
Mm-hmm.
them expectations, but that stuff been cut off of me now. That stuff has
Right.
been like removed to where now it really don't matter. It don't matter no more. Like I done seen myself change so much in the
Yep.
last just few years. Like, and I'm not saying I wouldn't want this or want that or whatever, but I'm to the point of now all I care about is just hearing the Most High say, "Well done," and just me being able to go into the kingdom. That's really all I care about now. I mean,
Right.
when I say that, I mean that's the main priority. I mean, obviously you care about other stuff. I'm just saying the top of the priority list is that. And anything outside of that, it just don't make that it don't make me that much of a difference. But
Right.
it's a process to get to that point.
Yeah, it does.
We be
Oh,
stressing out and fretting about all this other different stuff that when oh my goodness. I don't know if y'all watched that movie. I had put in the chat.
I
Um,
did.
but and it's a romanticized version of what can and no doubt will happen. But it's um it's basically like the power and all that went out, and they was just thrust into survival mode. And like I said, it's not the most realistic, but it's kind of give you a picture.
Yeah,
Um,
it
it's
is, and
basically when you got to go into survival mode, a lot of other stuff just don't matter no more. It don't.
that's true.
It just don't.
That's true.
But if you have to go into a survival mode or situation, but you still expecting the comforts of what it was like before you went into survival mode, you're not gonna survive. You fretting
Right.
and worrying about stuff that it don't even really matter. Like you ain't gonna be watching no Netflix in the wilderness.
Nope.
Oh, I just wish I could watch my show. I mean, that's cool and all, but you got greater priorities right now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's stuff like that. But because we have been conditioned by the comfort of this world, like when that stuff is removed, a lot of people gonna not make it. Because if they was crying about what they missed in Egypt, don't kid yourself. It's people gonna be crying about what they miss in America. And I'm talking about some people who thought they was ready to leave America. I'm ready to get out of Babylon and all that. Yeah, when you have to leave and go into the wilderness, then we're gonna see. You're gonna see whether or not you know what I mean, capable of enduring with integrity, or is you just gonna become a murmurer and a complainer? The truth is, you ain't becoming a murmurer and a complainer. You've been a murmurer and complainer. It's just the conditions was not right or set so that you would begin to manifest that you were murmuring and complaining. But the truth is, we've been murmurers and complainers this whole time. That's why the least little thing that happened now, you go into what? Murmuring and
And
complaining.
complain.
They didn't just become murmurers and complainers when they got to the wilderness. You was already that. And it's
Yeah.
only those that have another spirit. What other spirit? The spirit to be able to endure and overcome. That's the ones that made it through the wilderness. And it was only two of those. Out of all them people, it was two people, Joshua and Caleb. And the reason they was able to make it is because they had another spirit. With another
That's right.
spirit, another perspective, a different outlook, a different response. Let's keep going. It says, "Who have believed our report, and to whom is the arm of Yahuwah revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of a dry ground. He have no form nor comeliness." Watch it. "And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him." It's just like Yahuwah to come in a way where y'all ain't gonna follow me because of my beauty. Y'all ain't gonna follow me because I'm just so handsome. Y'all ain't gonna follow me because I'm just so tall and I'm so fit and all like that. I don't know how true it is, but I'm inclined to believe it. If you read the book of Josephus, it talk about how Yahusha was, according to Josephus. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying it's a fact, but I find in scripture some things that kind of make me believe that it could be true, such as the situation with Zacchaeus, and
Yeah.
it said because he was of small stature, and we assumed that they was talking about Zacchaeus. So Zacchaeus was of small stature, so he climbed the tree. But when you really think about it, how many small people you know can just climb a tree? They short. Who just short that can just climb a tree like that? Anyway, my point is, it didn't say Zacchaeus was the one that was a small stature. If you go back and read it, it kind of seemed like it might have been talking about Yahusha, but that don't fit with our expectations that they gave us. This slender,
Yo.
around 6 feet, you know, long, slender guy. Matter of fact, they gave you an expectation of you seen a depiction of Jesus.
Jesus, the Gentile. Yep.
So we can't really trust that depiction. What if he
Nope.
didn't look nothing like that? What if
Nope.
he wasn't tall? What if he wasn't? It said there is he have no form nor comeliness, and when we should see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. Like, anyway, Josephus said he was like short and like kind of like a hunchback a little bit or whatever. And that would be challenging to listen to what somebody like that got to say. It'd be challenging to follow somebody like that. But like I said, if you know Yahuwah, he didn't come with all his majesty and all his might and looking like a king on a trusty white steed and all. He didn't come like that. He came in a way where you just might miss him if you don't have the proper expectations. We expected you to come with, power and might and majesty and come riding on the white horse. You riding on this coat, on this little donkey. And you know what I'm saying? You would have to really have a true desire to follow him, to follow somebody that ain't no beauty to be desired of them. Like, mm-mm. Oh, I'm gonna move on. But why do a lot of people follow these supposed to be preachers and pastors or whatever? Because they look the part.
They looked apart.
You put on the suit. Oh yeah, you gonna be a preacher. You look like a preacher. You look like a preacher. Don't mean you is. You look like a preacher. Okay. It's a whole lot of people that look like a preacher that ain't preachers, and they claim to be preaching. They claim to be somebody pastor, but you, nah. So anyway, the point is, you can't go based on these worldly expectations of what it looked like or what you think, or you know what I'm saying, because that ain't a lot of times that ain't what Yahuwah is using. He'll throw a curveball and use it. You saw it with King Saul. Man, a perfect example. King Saul was tall. He was head and shoulders above the people, and that ain't what Yahuwah wanted. And then Samuel went down to anoint a new king outside of Saul, and they brought all David other brothers, because they
the oldest brothers. Yeah.
looked like they could be a king. But Yahuwah told him, he don't look on the outer appearance of man, but he look at the what heart.
The
And
heart.
that's the exact thing. Is it another one here? Yeah, I'm looking for another one. I'm looking for somebody that can endure with integrity. I'm looking for somebody like David, a man after Yahuwah's own heart. Yeah, that's the one I want. All y'all, nice to meet y'all. Cool, but y'all going on. Y'all not the one. I'm looking for y'all little brother, David, the one that you wouldn't think I'm looking for, the one who don't look the part. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. I told y'all when we was reading Job, when we read this word about his acquaintances who came back after the fact. People ain't really trying to be acquainted with you when you're acquainted with grief. But once you get, you know what I mean, on the other side of your trial, now everybody want to become your acquaintance again.
Yep.
And it's the same thing like Paul. That's what make what Paul said so powerful. I want to know him in the fellowship of his suffering. I want to be acquainted with him while he's acquainted with grief. While he going through what he going through. I'm willing to walk with him then. I don't just want to know him on the upside. I want to know him, because what? A friend loveth at all times. Not just when you got it going good and all that. Nah, a friend love when you suffering. And a friend will be acquainted with you even though in those suffering times.
Yep, that's a real friend.
They don't come and accuse you like Job friends did.
Nope.
Come on, man, what you did?
You must have did something wrong.
Is you here to comfort me or accuse me?
Yeah.
And we hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he had borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of the Lord, and afflicted. He sounded like he was suffering. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him. And with his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way. And Yahuwah have laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shears is dumb. So he opened not his mouth. Remember, he was in front of Pilate. He really wasn't saying nothing. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people, he was stricken. Not for his. For the transgression of my people was he stricken. And he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. He suffered even though he had not done nothing wrong. And it's the same thing you've seen with Job. That's the same thing, hopefully, you see with you. Hopefully your suffering ain't because you did something wrong, but hopefully your suffering is just because you've been considered to be able to endure with integrity. He considered you as one of those that can do that. Let's keep going. Yet it pleased Yahuwah to bruise him. I wonder what happened when it pleased Yahuwah to bruise you. When it pleased Yahuwah to bruise me. He have put him to grief when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. The reason I'm reading this about Yahusha, because this is what happened to Yahusha. Now, if you following Yahusha, what can you expect but to suffer?
Right.
When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, The pleasure of Yahuwah shall prosper in his hand. He shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many. For what happened when your suffering ain't for you? What happens when Yahuwah allow you to suffer because you're the one that can show this righteous example to other people? They can't go through that. So they got to see somebody who can. So that it will basically put them on the path and on the track, begin to like be on the track to mature towards, you know what I mean, that, but they ain't gonna see it unless they see it through somebody like you, somebody who can bear it, just like Yahushua. His suffering wasn't for him. His suffering was for those who could see it and then begin to be on that path, and then they later on suffered. Like all of his disciples, all of his followers suffered.
Mm-hmm.
But what did they have to see first? They saw him suffer.
Saw him suffer.
And they saw how he suffered. It ain't what you go through, it's how you go through it. He shall, okay, I read that. His righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great. Oh my goodness. He told Abraham, I'm going to make your name great. Right here we're reading about him having a portion that's divided with the great. How you going to get a portion like that? You know the answer. He shall divide the spoil with the strong. Because the strong, he going to divide the spoil with the strong. Is that you? Because he have poured out his soul unto death. He was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for their transgressions. Sing, O barren. This is why we can get to this part. Sing, O barren. Barren. What is barren? That's when you can't produce children. You can't birth. But he's saying, sing, O barren.
That
somebody feel like they can't never birth. They can't get this. You trying to birth something, but sing, O barren. Though thou didst not bear, break forth into singing and cry aloud. Thou that didst not travail with child, for more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, saith Yahuwah. Even or enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thine habitation. Speak, spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes, for thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the
Gentiles.
Thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. So for all this time that the Gentiles been inheriting you. That's why you work for them. Yep. That's why you work at their businesses, you work on their jobs. That's why, going back to the plantation days, which we ain't never really left, but we got more modern plantations to where we don't even realize we're on a plantation no more. But the point is, going back then, if the slave master died and he had children, well, who got his slaves?
His children. His children.
Like, they inherited you. But it's gonna come a time when, according to this, we're gonna inherit the Gentiles. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded. For thou shalt not be put to shame, for thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth. You're gonna forget the suffering. You're gonna forget what you done had to go through. That's how once you go through this, he's gonna make it to where that's a small thing when you think back on it. Right now, it seems pretty big to you because you're going through it, but it's gonna come a time when he's gonna make that small. He said, "For thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shall not remember the reproach of the widowhood anymore. For thy maker is thine husband, Yahuwah of hosts is his name, Yahuwah Sabaoth, thy redeemer, the Holy One of Baptist Church,
Israel.
the Holy One of Pentecostal Apostolic Church, the allure of the whole earth shall be shall he be called. For
Israel.
Yahuwah have called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth, when thou was refused, saith thy Lord. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. This is the same thing you seen with Job. For a small moment, I'm pretty sure he felt like Yahuwah wasn't with him or whatever, or like what is going on. But then after he made it through the trial and made it through the test, we seen how Yahuwah restored him. That's the same thing you seeing right here in what we read. We done made it through the suffering of Yahusha. Now he's talking about the redemption of Israel, which is what the suffering of Yahusha brought. The redemption of Israel. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith Yahuwah thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah unto me. This gonna be like the time I promised Noah that I wasn't gonna cause it to flood the entire earth no more. This ain't gonna never happen again. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, saith Yahuwah that have mercy on thee, O thou afflicted, tossed with tempest, and not comforted. Behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors and lay the foundations of sapphires. Anybody remember where else that's found in the Bible? That part where I just said, I will lay thy stones with fair colors and thy foundations with sapphires.
That's that's in Revelation, isn't it?
Come on. That's in the book of Revelations, where he started talking about laying the foundations of the kingdom and all these different colors and jasper stones and sapphires and the sardis, all these different. So, but you can find this in Revelations. Watch it. He says, "And I will make thy windows of agates and thy gates of carbuncles and all thy borders." He's talking about the kingdom of pleasant stones, the pearly gates and all that. He's talking about the kingdom. And all thy children shall be taught of Yahuwah. They're gonna know Torah, they're gonna know righteousness, and great shall be the peace of thy children. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. In righteousness shalt thou be established, thou shalt be far from oppression. I ain't gonna keep going. Y'all can read all the rest of this. For time, I'm gonna just stop. Because it's just time. But we overall we made it through. A lot of challenges. Um, Power went out in the in the middle of the lesson or whatever. But if you don't remember nothing else, um, let us remember that we do not have the entitlement of ease. We must be prepared to endure with integrity. Um, We have to successfully suffer so that we might righteously reign. The Most High is calling us to greater than what we've expected. That's the thing about these expectations. These expectations, as good as they may be, they are too low. Yahuwah said, eyes have not seen, eyes have not heard the good things that he has prepared for those that love and fear him. If you can
Mm-hmm.
make it through this period of suffering, the reigning is going to completely blow your mind. But we got to understand that this is not the time to be out here trying to reign. If
No.
will allow you to have some good fortune or whatever, hallelujah for that. Thank you, Yahuwah, for that. But we don't need to take our eye off or lose sight of the fact that this stuff go in cycles, in seasons. You're gonna have seasons where you're suffering. You're gonna have seasons where you, and Paul talked about it. He talked about abounding and abasing. He said, "I have both learned how to what abound." That's the season of prosperity. But then he also was talking about this season of abasing. That's the season of suffering. So we gotta be able to, understand both. And the thing is, like they used to say, like the Most High put you in the oven, and you think you finna come out, but you really just coming out so he can flip you over and put you back in again. Why? So you can be well done. So we thank Yahuwah for this day. Thank him for allowing us to fellowship. I thank him for his word and appreciate him. What I mean? We just gotta endure hardness as a good soldier. And like I said, Yahuwah has been showing me that if we can master this and if we can get this understanding and control our own spirit, meaning keep our composure, then what can defeat you? Like he said, you better than one that can take a whole city. It don't mean you go take a whole city. It means you're better than one that can. Watch it. We are more than conquerors through him. What are you saying? Somebody who can take a whole city is a conqueror. But he said, I'm more than that. I'm somebody that can keep my composure, keep my own spirit in check.
Right.
And that's the same thing you saw with Yahusha. He had to let them know, look, if I wanted to, I could send a legion of angels. I can take this world if I wanted to. But he kept his own spirit. He kept his composure. He stayed on task. He suffered with integrity. And this is why he's reigning. He rose with all power in heaven and earth. And then he turned around and gave you authority through his power and through his authority. But you're going to also have to be able to suffer after the pattern of his suffering. In other words, he suffered some things. He had to get to a point to where he said, nevertheless, not my will, let your will be done. And you're going to have to, and I'm going to have to master being able to say that, no, this ain't what I want to happen. No, this ain't what I desire. But nevertheless, not my will, but your will be done. So if anybody don't have anything you want to say, anything you want to add, we're going to
I
go
just
ahead.
I just want to say this, that this lesson, like along with the other, like a lot of other lessons, it's really good, and it equips us to be able to be able to reign when the time comes, because
Mm-hmm.
this awakening is preparation for what lies ahead, because we read about what when they were tried, our forefathers, when they was tried, when they left out of Egypt, and what they went through, and it comes us, okay, we see what happened with them.
Mm-hmm.
So let us not in this generation go through the same things that they went through, because we see the results of it.
Right.
And I think about, like, now, like with things going on, and when it's time for us to go through the place of trial, and it's gonna be other individuals out there as well. They might not. They still have that mindset,
Mhm.
that perspective of the world.
Yep.
You know, the convenience, the
Mhm.
comforts, and when that's taken from them, they become murmuring and complainer. But then you have others that's been that Yahuwah awakened for a while
Mhm.
now. They equipped and prepared for that, and
Right.
you can be a light to those
Right.
other people. And
Right.
that's why it's good to surround yourself with people that's awakened and that has been through some things, because they can encourage others and help them along the way too.
Right. And that's what it come down to is you being able to like not be moved, because other people, like I done been on different jobs and it was a whole lot of stuff going on the job that I ain't like or whatever, but I was fine. But then I noticed it was challenging to endure through that stuff when somebody else, they didn't like what was going on the job, and they wasn't the person who was going to be able to like just deal with it and move on and process through it. There was a person that was going to come and talk to you and like want to basically murmur and complain with you. And because I really wouldn't do that, they would move on from me and go find them somebody else that they could like just really get into that type of conversation with. Like, yeah, man, and this and that, and Billy and all them, and and it's like they wanted somebody where they could just, and because I wouldn't
Didn't respond the way they wanted you to.
right. And here's the thing, I ain't like what was going on either, but I wasn't finna sit up and just like talk to them because it don't make you feel no better. I mean, after we get through talking about how bad it is, it's still gonna be bad. So you might as
Mhm.
well just, what I mean, muster up enough focus and enough strength to be able to just do what you need to do and keep it moving, as opposed to just languishing and just wallowing in, that moment of how bad it is. It's gonna be bad sometime. So what you gonna do? Cry about it, or you just gonna adjust and adapt and keep, moving forward. And that's pretty much what you have to do. Just keep moving forward, and understand. Like I was saying, it's people out there, like you were saying. I envision sometimes different scenarios where
Mhm.
I see people that's in my mind. I see people that, like I said, everybody know they're Israelite now, but everybody don't have the same ruach. We might have the same flesh and the same bloodline and all that, but we don't have the same ruach or the same spirit. To where when certain things happen, some people gonna respond differently, and then
Yep.
some people gonna respond another way. But it's my job to make sure I have the right response, regardless of the responses around me. I got to
Mhm.
make sure I respond the right way, because sometimes people, and it's easy to get sucked into other people feeling, because like Sister Shinda was saying earlier, like how you can feel like certain energies or whatever, like you can feel your whole presence, you can feel his energy, you can feel the energy when the electricity. Sister Shinda, I just realized you was talking about your power went out and then our
And
power
your
went
power went out.
out. But you know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. But I said it to say you can feel other people's spirit and other people's energy, and you better be careful not to pick up what you feeling from them if it's not enduring with integrity. If it's
Right.
confirmed,
Mhm.
don't pick up that spirit, because it become easy to murmur and complain when you already dealing with the same situation, but you're trying not to give into it or not trying not to give into focusing on that. You still trying to worship Yahuwah and bless Yahuwah, and but then here go this person over here just constantly talking about and reminding you how bad the situation is. You got a choice at that point. Do you feed into what they talking about, or do you choose to continue to endure hardness as a good soldier and probably gonna have to distance yourself from that person because that,
Mhm.
like, you know what I'm saying? And it's just weird because people will be mad at you sometimes because you not feeding into how bad the situation is. You perturbed at me because I'm not giving in to the situation. Like I'm trying to endure. Some people be upset at you just because they expected the situation to be done destroyed you by now. But being that you ain't giving into it, it's frustrating them. So you saying when I don't let the situation frustrate me, you frustrated because I'm not frustrated. Yeah, and I kid you not, it's people that's sitting around waiting, just can't wait until you fold. And when you don't fold,
Mhm.
they just be like, mm. And it like back to what I was saying about the wilderness. It's some people that they're gonna respond one way. You gotta fight to respond the right way. And when you respond in the right way, if they respond in the wrong way, that's gonna put opposition between y'all. That's
Mhm.
that's it's gonna create a rift. And you saw it in the first Exodus, and no doubt it'll be in the. Have you seen our people lately? Have you seen? And it's this song. I was gonna talk about it last week, but I ain't have time, and I don't really got time now. But this song with this girl, I forgot how it goes. It's something about Jericho. I haven't. How it go? I don't know the words, but her name is Iniko or Niki or Nikio or something like that. But in the song she was talking about Jericho, the walls of Jericho. Jericho, Jericho, walls come down. Jericho, Jericho. Anyway, is but if you listen to the verse, I'm gonna have to just show y'all another time. But if you listen to the verse is not nothing to do with nothing righteous at all. It's basically just self. It's basically talking about how powerful she is in of herself, but that ain't the story of Jericho. The story that you read about in the Bible about Jericho and the walls coming down was the walls came down through the power of Yahuwah, through the obedience of the children of Israel, as they did what he instructed them to do. Then the walls came down, and they didn't have to fight. But if you listen to the song, is everything she talking about is basically her, and how powerful she is. And if you're not discerning, you'll just hear her talking about Jericho, and she ain't the only one. It's a whole bunch of other people that be having songs that if you just like the melody and you like the music and the beat and all that, you'll just be singing the song, not realizing the ruach of this song, the spirit of this song. It's not a yielded or surrender spirit to Yahuwah or to glorify Him. It's a spirit of self-willedness and self-empoweredness or whatever. But the only problem is what happens when your powerful self, because you're powerful, but the most powerful one is the one who can surrender to the power of the all powerful one. The one who is foolish enough to just only depend on their power, you're gonna come up against a situation where you're gonna find out how powerful you're not, and that you need a greater power than yourself to depend on. Yep. You need a greater power than yourself to depend on. If you all you got, okay. Let me know how that work out for you. But I said that to say that self-wieldiness is cloaked in a song about Jericho. Like, and I said that I brought that song up because it's a white lady that basically rewrote the words and Christianized it or whatever. And she basically took the song and trying to like use it as if it's her own song or whatever. And she done demonized the song, which it should have been. But I said that to say, um, just because that white lady was wrong for what she did, it don't change the fact that this black lady was wrong for the message in that song and in, all her other songs that I done seen. And if you're not discerning, you'll just be like, because that's what most people online was doing. They was coming to the defense of the black lady against the white lady, but they totally skipped over the fact that the words in the song that the black lady put out there, the original song, they wasn't right either. Yeah, this white lady, she wrong for trying to steal the song and make it her own, but this other lady, she wrong for what she was saying in the beginning in the first place. So my point is, I don't just be focused on just black and white and all like that. No, I be focused on right, wrong, and right. Some people be stuck on black and white. I be focusing on wrong and right. That's what it is, and we must do that because you got some white devils and you got some black ones too.
Mm-hmm.
You got some folks that they your people, but they ain't right. And if we get down here in the wilderness, you better do like the Most High told Moses to do with Korah and them. Back up a little bit. Give me some room, cause
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to deal with them.
Cool. Was
I'm about
like
to deal with him and his company. And y'all probably want to step back. Give me about 50 feet. Give me 50 feet. Back on up, and you seen what happened because Yahuwah constantly divides between right and wrong. And it behooves us to, regardless of what the situation is, regardless of who the people is, it's just important in this time. We got to make everything count. We don't have no lot of time to waste no more. Uh,
no.
and some of this inward development, this gonna take you a long way. Yeah, I know people right now they talking about the war in Israel, and I'm talking about the war in Israel too. But they talking about the over there in Palestine and the Israeli state of Israel and all that, the facade of Israel. But and we got people talking about all different type of stuff, all type of stuff that just don't even really matter. But the main focus is, like I was saying, what we was talking about today. If you can master suffering with integrity, then what can defeat you? At that point, you become like immune to. I mean, the best the enemy got to throw at you is suffering. That's the thing that nobody want to do. If you can embrace doing that, what can he give you? What can he throw at you? You know what I'm saying? So, um, the temptation is to not suffer, and that's why he'll give you a offer that look like it don't come with no suffering, and that's the offer most people will take. That's why people sell out to the enemy because they don't want to suffer.
Oh.
That's why. Temptation to avoid suffering. That's why everything they tell you in church, it take you away from obedience to what the words say, and it's some kind of way fast track you to the blessing. All they get you to focus on is the blessing. That's Hashatan all day, every day.
It is.
No suffering involved. But with Yahuwah, it's suffering and reigning. He clearly tell you what it's gonna be. He tell you
Mhm.
suffer first, then you gonna reign. He done laid it all out. But if you go Hashatan way, he tell you you just gonna reign, which is half true. You gonna reign temporarily first, but he don't tell you the suffering come after your reigning. Either your
Mhm.
suffering gonna be before your reigning, or your suffering gonna be after your reigning. It just depends on when you decide to suffer. Do I decide to suffer now, or do I decide to suffer later? The wise suffer now so they can reign for eternity later. The foolish decide to try to reign now and go after all they can go after in this world. And Yahusha already told you not to do that. He told you, love not the world, neither the things that's in the world. He told you, what should it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? But people still go after the world. If a man save his life, he gonna lose it. If a man loses his life for my sake, he gonna gain it. Like he done already told us all this stuff, but people still go in the wrong direction.
Mhm.
Go after the world and have the world's expectations. And then when that mirage that you've been chasing finally you see that, oh, it was just an illusion. Yeah, it's the Cinderella effect. You got into
Mhm.
midnight before reality strike.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And then you're gonna see because you know this how conditioned we was. We all know about Cinderella
Yep.
and her fairy godmother who was a witch
Mhm.
and who had did some type of spell, but you notice the spell didn't last. You notice the spell wore off. You
Yep.
notice the spell
Wow.
had an appointed time
Yep.
until it was done. So you out here dealing with this temporary spell. You out here trying to be Cinderella, and then reality gonna hit you. Yep.
Mhm.
At midnight, who's gonna come like a thief in the night and catch you out here with a what it was, a pumpkin for a stagecoach,
Up
some
there,
mice and some horses, all
mice,
that.
horse.
That was witchcraft. And in these shows, they be having us rooting for witchcraft. Like
Mhm.
it's weird, but that's because we've been conditioned by this world. And as you come into the awakening and as you be born again, you reversing the conditioning. That's what this is. Being born again is really reversing the conditioning of your first birth, what you was born into at first. You was born
Mhm.
into unrighteousness. You was shaping in iniquity. So you got to be born again. Why? To reverse what you was born into. That's why we learning this stuff now.
Yep.
Because we had learned all this other stuff at first. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah. So don't be Cinderella out there, trying to go to the ball and trying to put on a facade and a fake. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
facade like
It's
you.
not real. It's fake. And then at midnight, it's gonna show that it's not real. It's gonna show
Mhm.
that it was just witchcraft. It was just a spell. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
some people will settle for that. But not me. I would just rather suffer and deal with whatever, and then I get my portion with Yahuwah. Whatever he decide my portion is, my
Yeah.
portion is with Yahushua. So anyway, let me let y'all go before I keep talking. Shalom, everybody. Be encouraged, and we'll catch y'all later.
All right. Shalom.
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 Shalom.